Hello everyone, good morning. It's already 9:20. Can you please call up your friends as soon as possible? The reported time to reach the auditorium was 9:20. We're still giving leverage of 5 minutes. Call your friends as soon as possible. Tell them to report to the auditorium. We will begin the session shortly. Also, there's an announcement. Please vacate the last 4 rows and start sitting. You are not allowed to use the last 4 rows until and unless we reach the limit of the first rows. So, yeah.
Guys, I is mandatory. Keep the last two.
Saburo, todo bem. Saburo.
Last photo to be easy. Reviews to like
Hello.
छोड़ दीजिए Vedika, we need mics here as well.
Hello.
Dabashri को भी बोलो.
Last 4 rows will be empty.
1 2 3 रक्षित कौन से रूम में हो तुम लोग कौन रखा है जगह रियली हाँ तो खाना जिन जिन लोगों ने जगह रखा है किसी के लिए नो हैंड्स आ जाओ लास्ट लास्ट 4 रोज यू आगे fill up the front seats Bobby and you shut up गाइडलाइंस क्या था क्लीन शिफ्ट जाओ करके सॉरी क्लीन शिफ्ट योर फ्रेंड्स आर नॉट मैड दैट दे हैव कम हियर क्लीन शिफ्ट वो boys if you are here without tie go get your tie and come back this is not your normal guest lectures but you can behave any way you want this is an annual event and I hope you are aware the kind of people that are coming today right we expect you to behave accordingly Soham, go get clean shaved and come. Last 4 rows will be empty. How many times should I need to tell you? Hmm? You two girls, do you not understand English? You have space over here. Second row. Unless and until you fill the front seats, no one will go and sit at the back. If you're not sitting voluntarily, I'll pick you up and I'll get you seated. It's your choice. Well, किधर थर्ड रो हर्ष दालमिया स्टार्ट अप यश दालमिया गाइडलाइन क्या था क्यों नहीं है सॉरी थोड़ा अभी पहले इनको देखने दो। वेदिका इधर है। Okay, attendance. I hope you guys are loud enough to respond so that I hear and see as well. Abhishek Kumar Singh, Adrija Bhattacharya, Amresh Yadav, Anushri Das, Ashutosh Kumar, Avantika Vasti, Aviraj Chatterjee, Devasmita Nath, Dheeraj Kumar, Gaurav Rath, Rishabh Kumar Kundu, Rishita, Jay Gajjar, Jyotish Mandeka, Khushi Rumta, Kumar Aman, Medha Gupta, Sneha Jaiswal, Piyush Singh, Pranjal Srivastav, Priyanka Agarwal, Raj Pratik Mohapatra, Rakshit Jaiswal. Guys, I hope you guys have had your breakfast. Please respond loudly. Rishabh Singh, Saharsh Jain, Sakshi Jaiswal, Sanmulama, Sarthak Srivastav, Satyam Anand, Shantan Das, Shikhar Soni, Shivani Khoiwal, Shreya Gupta, Shubham Bhaskar, Siddharth Pramanik, loudly. नहीं सुनाई देगा तो नहीं दूंगी. सोहम लहिरी, सुदीप्तो घोष, सुयश पोद्दार, तनिष्ठा शाह, जुरेड्डी तेजा स्वरूप, Are you clean shift? Sorry? Come here. Go. Get shift and come. Otherwise, no attendance for you. Ujjwal Garg, Vinesh Sharma, Yash Gupta, Yashvi Modi, Aditya Chandrasekhar, loudly. Prashant Nichit, Medha Arya, Harsh Goyal, Gaurav Ghosh, Sumit Pasari, Amartya Bose, Swadhin Bhal, Divyesh Agarwal, Sai Varun, Saurabh Roy, Rita Zehra, Soumya Tiwari, त्रिशा केसरवानी, विदिशका रे, प्रज्ञा कश्यप, आयना कर, अभय गोयल, वेर, अभिनव प्रधान, अलका, अनन्या तालुकदार, अनुश्री चक्रवर्ती, दिवेश शेफ, क्लीन शेफ, सॉरी जूनियर प्लेसमेंट कमेटी, क्लीन शेफ लिखा हुआ नहीं है, गो। विनेश शर्मा, यश गुप्ता, unless and until you get clean shift you are not getting attendance. अनुश्री चक्रवर्ती, अरित्र बासु, आर्यन त्रिपाठी, अस्मिता यादव, अभिजीत शर्मा, बॉबी राज, चौधरी जिगर राजू, देवज्योति रॉय, जानवी सिंह, जगदेश्वरी देवी, तो प्रेजेंट एब्सेंट, मेनक रॉय, मोहना चक्रवर्ती, नेहा, ओलंपिया शाह, प्रगति बजोरिया, प्रियांशु गनेरी वाला, पूर्णिमा अग्रवाल, राजश्री ठाकुर, रिया दास, ऋषभ सोनी, ऋतिक सिंह, सैकत चक्रवर्ती, वेर, संभावी श्रीवास्तव, श्रेयम, क्लीन शिफ्ट, सॉरी you have the prescription that you have an infection. Send it to us. संजना पॉल, शायन बंदोपाध्याय, शारे आरेश, शिवानी, शोभित कुमार, श्रेयम तोड़ी, श्रुति शॉ, शुभम पाठक, क्लीन शिफ्ट, सिल्विया दत्ता, शोमिल सरकार, सुजीत, उपायन दास, वरुण अरोड़ा, यश दालमिया, युवराज पॉल, रिया नेमो, राजकुमार, पुष्पेन अग्रवाल, कृतिका बेंगानी, मितेश श्रीवास्तव, सौरभ, शेफ, कृतिका गोयल, फैजान खान, भास्कर संतरा, संजीति पारेख, सिद्धि कुमारी, सृष्टि सरकार, इशिता सेन, अक्षत कुमार जैन, शेफ अमन खान, आंचल केरिया, अंशिका सिन्हा, अनुष्का सिंह, अर्चित जैन, आशीष कुमार, अविनाश सुरेखा, बुभाश्वर अंटी, देवाशीष राउत, देव सरकार, विद्या पारेख, इशिका पराशर, जयेश सैनी, खुशी अग्रवाल, कोयना दास, मनीष अग्रवाल, मोहित ईश्वर, प्रांजल कुमार, प्रतिरूपा बैनर्जी, पूजा चौधरी, रजत राज सिंह, रक्षा रविचंद्रन, सक्षम मगोत्रा, लाउडली सुनाई नहीं दे रहा। खाना खाया ना? नहीं खाया? सुनाई नहीं देगा तो अटेंडेंस नहीं मिलेगा। सात्विक समन लेफ्ट, शांतन डेरा, सताक्षी गुप्ता, शिवम कुमार, श्रेयस लक्ष्मण पंचल, शामन,
is important to us in terms of recruitment, right? That is the final objective, to get them on campus, to onboard them for summers and final placements. But those questions cannot come up today, anything related to summers or finals. But what can happen today is building the impression on them so that we give them an assurance of the quality of students that we have, which in turn will help us to meet them in future and ask for business. So what we want from you, we want 100% diligence, 100% seriousness, and following discipline, no yawning, no chit-chat among ourselves, no talking, no laughing when they're speaking on the dais. They can notice everything. If you feel that it's not getting noticed, they notice everything, right? So we need to give them a good feeling, good impression of the quality of students, which in turn will help them to build business with them. Am I making sense? So please follow that. We will ask for your 100% cooperation so that they get a very good feeling about IMI Kolkata, because you understand this next year when you will be eligible for final placements, all of them we are going to target for getting them to campus. Clear? Thank you. Yes.
Yes, sir, I can continue.
शुभम बायन, शुभम कुमार झा, स्निग्धा दत्ता, सौम्य सेन गुप्ता, शौमुली मंडल, तान्या खुशाल, तेजस काले, तुषार मेहरा, उत्तरक सोम, यशी गुप्ता, गौतम सिद्धि, स्वर्णाली भट्टाचार्य, शुभम मिश्रा, प्रेरणा पांडे, सौरभ पवार, कुणाल पांडे, आंचल कुमारी, रीमा दत्ता, आशुतोष कुमार सिंह, रौनक विश्वास, मांडवी, साक्षी जैन, देवोलीना दे, प्रार्थना कुमार दुबे, नितिश्री बंसाली, साइमन राजू एंथनी, आनंद कुमार मिश्रा, चांदवी झवर, who are the ones who did not get their attendance? Stand up. Name please. एक मिनट. Number. Sorry. 029. Roll number. Two. What's your name? बॉबी राज, ठीक है. यश गुप्ता, देवज्योति रॉय. Anyone else? प्रियंका अग्रवाल. Name? I hope no one else is left. Who is sitting over there? There? No one? One of you come in the front. Last row. Who is sitting here? No one? Not there. Sit. Third row. Last row. One of you stand up, come in the third row. I've told 100 times, last 4 rows will be empty. Devojyoti, third row. Shift, who's sitting there? Coming? Who's sitting there? Ishika. Empty? Tuveen. Third row. Empty. क्या है उसका नाम? शिखर. What? Anyone left for attendance? Name? I gave the attendance, no? मैसेज करो. Anyone else? Okay. Some ground rules. If we find you chatting unnecessarily on your phones with your earphones, I'll snatch it away. Or the committee members will snatch it away. This is not how we are expecting you to behave today. We are already aware this is an important event. People who are coming are important people from renowned and esteemed companies, right? Be at our best behaviors. Bushra.
What I asked.
Come here. Hello.
आपने इसको डाउन कर देना अच्छा ये देखो राइट ऑलवेज डायरेक्टर में अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है और डायरेक्टर कर दीजिए डायरेक्शन and the organizing team determines how it is the organizing team and the entire इसमें भी डिसीजन को बैठे वाला खड़ा नहीं रहता पीछे बैठे नहीं पता है क्या करना था सेकंड में मुझे किसी को बैठाना था बैच दिखता
इधर कौन बैठा? Saksham, who's sitting beside you? Boys, one of you stand up and come here. Second row. Last row, boys. Otherwise, I'll have to take the names. Fast, fast, we don't have time. Stand up, come in the front. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, and the promising minds of International Management Institute, Kolkata. I, Yachna Agarwal, along with my co-host, Bushra Heather, am honored to stand before you today on this promising day, filled with enthusiasm, innovation, and purpose. Together, we embark on the journey that celebrates learning, growth, and transformative power of knowledge. It is with immense pride and excitement that we welcome you again this year to Confluence 2.0, the Talent Acquisition Conclave 2024. The theme for this year's conclave is Contemporary Recruitment Paradigms, resonating with the aspirations of Gen Z. This annual event is not just a platform, but a testament to IMI Kolkata's commitment in bridging academia and industry, fostering dialogue, and inspiring action. This year, Confluence 2.0 takes on an even deeper dimension, aligning itself with one of the most pressing imperatives of our times, that is, sustainability. As the world embraces environmentally responsible practices, we at IMI Kolkata are proud to incorporate a sustainable focus throughout the event. From thoughtful discussions on the integration of sustainable practices in HR to tangible actions like eco-friendly event arrangements and bamboo-based products, this event reflects our dedication to fostering a greener future. As we come together today, let us embrace the spirit of innovation, inclusivity, and responsibility for the future of talent acquisition and for the future of our planet. Let this conclave be a beacon of inspiration and action, paving the way for impactful change. The purpose of this conclave is monumental and transformative. It has been designed to serve as a crucible of ideas and a catalyst for connection. Our aim is to foster an environment for intellectual exchange, where our esteemed guests, accomplished industry leaders, and bright students can converge to deliberate, discuss, and dissect the trends and prospects of the business world. We are honored to be graced by the presence of eminent guests, visionaries, and trailblazers in their respective domains. Their vast experience, expertise, and accomplishments serve as a guiding light for aspiring managers. We welcome them with open hearts and eager minds for the wisdom and insights that will undoubtedly shape the discourse of this conclave and fuel the flames of ambition in each one of us. As we delve into the engaging sessions and riveting discussions that lie ahead of us, let us embrace the opportunity to broaden our horizons, to question the preconceived notions, and to inspire innovative thinking so that at the end of this day, when we ask questions like, how will the knowledge exchanged here resonate in the corridors of our careers? How will it echo in the boardrooms of tomorrow? We will have our sure short answers. Moving forward, I would now like to request our own director, Professor Moa Banerjee, for her inaugural address and to set the tone of the event. Dr. Banerjee is the Director of International Management Institute, Kolkata, and also a Professor of Marketing. She has done her PhD in Commerce from the University of Calcutta and has over 20 years of academic experience. Dr. Banerjee is an accomplished academic and consultant with extensive international teaching experience at esteemed institutions like Bordeaux University, University of Dauphine, and Sorbonne University in France. In India, she has been a visiting faculty at the University of Calcutta and St. Xavier's College, Kolkata. She has also been actively involved in retail management curriculum development for National Skill Development Mission under the Ministry of HRD. Dr. Banerjee has led prestigious research projects in collaboration with the University of Oxford Said Business School and Leeds Beckett University, UK. As certified leader, Dr. Banerjee has earned the CMI Level 3 award from the Chartered Management Institute, UK, and the Proficiency Assessment for Independent Directors by the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. She serves as an independent director on the board of Electricity Castings Limited and is a member of its corporate governance committee. She also contributes as an expert committee member for higher education and training at the Indian Chamber of Commerce and Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Now, I request ma'am to kindly come up on the stage and share her insights with the audience. Over to ma'am. Over to ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, esteemed dignitaries from the industry, dear students, faculty colleagues. Well, that was that illustrious, resume was almost embarrassing. It was like my CDB ran out, but I understand such is the protocol, and we'll just put that beside us. I am Ruhua, and I'm here to serve and take my Kolkata to greater heights ahead. Well, that is how I see myself in my current role. So, let me just set the tone by giving you the backdrop of where we come from, who we are, some perspectives about the institute. We are a part of the R.P. Sanjeev Gorka Group, the diversified business conglomerate in India. And we are also a part of the IMI family of business schools with IMI Delhi as the parent institute. Well, today I cannot help but add, and I'm so happy to mention that we have our panelist from BCG. Well, she is an IMI Delhi alumni today. So, yes. So the Kolkata campus came up in 2011, and our journey has been 13 years hence. So for statistics, you're aware of the NIRF ranking by the Ministry of Education. Well, I'm at Kolkata. This year, we have been ranked 56th among 876 management institutes in India. And as far as the QS, Global MBA ranking goes, we rank 42nd in Asia. So as far as our accreditations, to mention that, we are MBA accredited and NAC accredited in India. And for our international accreditations, we have AMBA, and currently we are in the process of AACSB. We are looking at another 2 years for completion. And we are also looking forward to the EQUIS accreditation. Work on that has already started. Yes, so, as a business school, where we foremost come in is to bridge the industry and academia gap. A lot is said about requirements being there in the industry, but not being able to recruit relevant, appropriate people. And we also know about graduates who are passing out, looking for jobs but not getting jobs. So, this is the gap that we are talking about, and this is where we come in as a business school, basically to bridge this gap. And how do we do that? We work very closely with the industry, and because we are a business school, so our faculty members, whatever research they do, that is entrenched in business practices, and from there we curate the curriculum, and that is what we deliver. Whatever we do, we have to have our ear very close to the ground. We need to listen to the changes, the transformations that are happening in businesses. Of late, the technological and the environmental transformations. So, unless we work very closely with the industry, our course curriculum, previously these would be ratified perhaps every 3 years. Now this has become an annual feat. Every year we need to send across our curriculum. Our faculty members sit with the industry members, and we keep tweaking the curriculum appropriately so that what we deliver to the students end of the day is most contemporary, relevant learning so that they can start delivering to the industry from day one. And that is our aspiration. And forums such as these go beyond curriculum. These are platforms where we engage, where we interact, and we build the relationships so that down the line we can approach you, we can come to you. Industry advisory board of the institute. There are many such platforms where we look forward to interactions. It is for the benefit of the students so that ultimately what we deliver to them helps them stand out when they make roads into the industry. So I'll take this opportunity to thank our esteemed panelists today from the different industries BCG, L'Oreal, WH Smith, India, Biocon Biologics, Geo Platforms Limited, BMW Group, Berkadia, TM International Logistics, ZF Group, FNF India Private Limited, Avnet, Fresenius Medical Care. Representatives from these industries will be with us today on the various platforms of discussions. Once again, wishing you, dear students, a fruitful day and effective day where you get to hear insights from the industry. And thank you once again to my dear esteemed panelists.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the tone of the event. As we embark on this journey, we recall the words of Helen Keller. Alone, we can do so little, but together we can do so much. Accentuating the power of collaboration and shared endeavors. We eagerly anticipate the sessions ahead and unite in the shared vision of shaping a future where collaboration, knowledge, and innovation converge to drive progress and success. Respected dignitaries and our dear students, now it's time to start our first panel discussion on the topic Captivating Gen Z, how to hire and inspire the next generation of leaders to ensure inclusivity at the workplace. I now request my colleagues to kindly take over from here to initiate the panel discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Yachna. Heartiest good morning to one and all present here. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I, Kirti Sumani, along with Shruti Bansal, stand before you today to welcome you all for the Confluence 2.0 Talent Acquisition Conclave 2024. The topic for this panel discussion is Captivating Gen Z, how to hire and inspire the next generation of leaders to ensure inclusivity at workplace. As organizations evolve in an ever-changing world, the workforce is seeing a transformative shift with the Gen Z entering the professional space. Gen Z, born roughly between 1997 and 2012, bring a fresh perspective, a deep commitment to diversity, and a strong desire for purpose-driven work. Let's dive into strategies, share best practices, and explore innovative approaches to ensure that we are building workplaces where Gen Z thrive to become leaders of tomorrow. Our esteemed lineup of speakers hailing from diverse industries and backgrounds will provide you with a wealth of wisdom and expertise to fuel your own journeys. Today, amongst us, we have Mr. Arun Tripathi, Regional Director, HR at L'Oreal Paris, Mr. Kuldeep VM, CHRO and Retail Head at WH Smith India, Ms. Arshia Singh, Director Global Compensation at Boston Consulting Group as the panelist. To steer today's discussion, we are honored to have our moderator, Dr. Roma Puri, Associate Professor of OP and HR at IMI Kolkata. We would like to request our panelists and moderator to come upon the dais and take the respective seats. Now, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce our speakers. First, we have Mr. Arun Tripathi. We are privileged to have an accomplished HR leader with us today, someone whose career spans over 14 years at L'Oreal Paris, showcasing a remarkable journey of growth and impact. Currently serving as the Regional HR Director for South Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa. He has been leading HR strategy and transformation for the region since April 2021. Based in Mumbai, he is known for his expertise in strategic HR leadership, change management, leadership development, and executive coaching. Prior to this, he held several senior leadership roles at L'Oreal, including General Manager Corporate HR, Plant Director in Pune, and General Manager HR Plant. In these roles, he excels in HR strategy, compensation and benefits, employee learning and development, and people management, driving both organizational success and employee engagement. We would request Vedika to welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers. Next, we have Mr. Kuldeep VN. We are delighted to introduce Mr. Kuldeep VN, the Chief Human Resources Officer and Retail Head at WH Smith India, as one of our esteemed panelists today. With an impressive career spanning 19 years in modern retail, Sir is a distinguished expert in retail business management, human resources, and organizational transformation. His expertise includes designing and implementing retail store SOPs, leading large-scale transitions, and driving project management initiatives. Certified as a retail operations manager from Walmart India and a central learning and development manager from Middle Earth, he is highly skilled in managing large workforces, assessing employee and consumer needs, and ensuring operational excellence. We are thrilled to have Mr. Kuldeep BN with us today to share his valuable insights and experiences. We request Sanjukta to welcome Sir with a bouquet of flowers. Next, we have Ms. Arshia Singh, a seasoned HR leader with over 12 years of experience in talent management, organizational design, and total reward strategies. Currently serving as the Director of Global Compensation at Boston Consulting Group. She has shaped talent and reward strategies across top organizations. An economics graduate from the University of Delhi, she holds a business law degree from Annamalai University and a PGDM in HR from IMI New Delhi, along with various professional certifications. Recognized for her expertise, she has spoken at CXO forums, HR conclaves, and the prestigious TEDx stage, where she shared insights on adaptability in talent management. Her accolades include the HR Top 50 Leadership Award, 40 Under 40 recognitions, and awards from organizations like What's Me and Ever. She is also a co-author of the book Aphrodite on Life and Well-being. We request Yash Goel to welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers. Go. Next, we have our moderator, Dr. Roma Puri. She is an associate professor of organizational behavior and human resources at IMI Kolkata. She holds a PhD from the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and specializes in organizational behavior and HR. She also serves as the area chair for OB and HR, chairperson of accreditation and regulatory affairs at IMI Kolkata. With her wealth of knowledge and experience, ma'am will guide today's conversation. We request Utkarsh to welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kirti and Shruti. So let us begin. And I was wondering while I was thinking about today's discussion and looking at my audience now. So we are going to talk about Generation Z as we call it, Gen Z, who's actually the audience, right? So I'm very sure you have some understanding of yourself, but I'm going to give you some reflections on what the experts think. Right? So that would be the learning for you. So see how much that resonates with you. I believe this topic should be the closest to your heart. Right? Kriti and Shruti already gave you a little bit of background on the topic, but I would also like to add a little on how we think about Gen Zs. And it's very interesting. The reason could also be so much of social media, internet information generation that there's so much of talk around this generation. We talk about surveys, we talk about researches, we talk about opinions of experts. So internet is flooded with Gen Z. Please do a search on yourself, do a Gen Z search, and Google is going to give you millions of results. I'm so sure of that. So amid this cacophony that we have of so much of information, we thought we'd distill that a little and really see what matters. So take today's panel discussion not just as a reflection, as I was mentioning, on you, but the experts think, but also where you can also kind of bring about some changes in yourself. But because the panelists will also be sharing about their expectations from your generation. So when you enter the workforce, we know you are a very fast generation. You're really quick to adapt. We would like to see some changes in a year's time, right? But first, I'd also like to talk about the opinions, the researchers, the surveys, what they say about Gen Z. So there are many mixed views on this generation, right? At one level, I would say the most predominant theme of our discussion is how digitally savvy this generation is, right? You've been born into technology. So for you, being on the social media, using the internet, googling information comes very naturally. It almost comes as breathing, as natural as breathing. Right? You're on your phone all the time. I see that in class. So very, very comfortable with technology. While the senior generations have struggled and adapted to technology, when people like me, we have adapted to this technology. For you, it comes naturally. When I see even typing a text, I know how fast you are. I maybe take a lifetime to be that quick. So digital, kind of comfort, digital proficiency is one side of this generation. Again, what Kirti Shruti were talking about, this expectation of how things should be. So there are some shoulds in your minds already. So yes, organizations should be very inclusive. They should, encourage diversity. They should encourage equality. Extremely important for your generation, right? What is also important is, again, a lot of debate has gone around this, and we've seen some kind of conflicting views. Work-life balance. It matters to your generation. I even asked in class so many times, to so many of my students. Some of them could be sitting here in class. So is it really important? They say yes, it's an emphatic yes. Is it important in the first year of your job? Yes, it is important. So I'm going against this debate of 70-hour work week, and I would like to have my work life, and I'll also like to have my personal life. So very, very clear about what you want as a generation, right? Again, having said that, this was also mentioned, needing this sense of purpose. So this why is extremely important for you. You don't need a sign-up to come and tell you, that where is the why. But you will ask every time, why am I doing something? How is it adding value to me and to the organization, to the job? So this question may determine your career choices and may also make you move out of certain careers and jobs. So again, now I'd like to move to some of the not so good things being said about the generation. They're so unpredictable. If they don't like the job, you really don't know they're going to quit. Aaj aaye, tomorrow they're gone. Right? So difficult to make them stick to a job. Other complaints could also include things like lack of work ethic, as we have understood it in the traditional ways. Right? So we know that, you've got to, really work hard and, not question, keep slogging, and maybe results will come. But for your generation, no, you have your own definition of what work ethic means. Right? Always questioning, which is often seen as challenging authority. Because as I said, why is very important for you? Being very, very, clear about what you expect and what your views are. So standing up and actually expressing them. So very often, if it is going against the protocol and culture of a traditional organization, that is seen as a downside. Even there are talks about how sometimes employers are very, very kind of hesitant in employing your generation. There are stories about how Gen Zs get fired within the first few months into their job. But again, I'll not like to generalize these things. The reason why I wanted to bring these up even before we started the panel discussion was to also talk about the diversity of views around this generation. So yes, people love your generation, and sometimes people don't love your generation because there is a difference in the way we think. I've also heard about this view very often, challenging, these notions. But are you doing researches in certain pockets, maybe in certain countries, and trying to kind of stereotype the entire generation across the world? So if I've done a study in US or UK or Europe, can I kind of label all the people sitting here, the Indians, sharing similar traits? So I thought maybe this panel discussion is also an opportunity to get an insight into what Indian Gen Zs are like, and for that we need the help of the panelists. Okay, so without further delay, let's dive into this panel discussion, where I'll try to focus on the understanding and opinion about your generation, as well as find out how organizations are bringing about changes, because what used to work in the past in terms of its practices, processes will not be working today. So how have the experts brought about changes, initiated new things in HR? That would be the focus of the discussion for today. The class has seen this behavior in many times whenever you are my classes, so I'll have to do that as well. Okay, so my first question is to Mr. Tripathi. How would you describe your experience of working with three different generations, Gen X, Y, and Z? Because in so many organizations, we see all of these generations coexist and they're working together. And besides that, I'd also like you to talk about what are some of the very unique characteristics you find in Gen Z in terms of maybe the expectations they have from the job and the organization, their behavior in the workplace, and their performance? Especially in the context of Dharma, if you'd like to share. Because I was mentioning this informally to him that he's dealing with Gen Zs at two levels, the employees and the customers. So the organization has a double challenge. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much, Dr. for inviting us. I believe the last 10 years I was a lot of things to talk, and our job became quite easy to address all of you. Definitely, I belong from Gen X, and see how things are there. This is my point of view. I'm not going to talk about a lot of other part because you all can go and search better than me. So I will not like to do. But quickly, I try to do, and also, we have a co-panelist, she can share more data because from this is it. But certain facts I try to put forward to all of you before going to the topic. If you see this generation, and the data what we're talking, the way things have evolved, we're talking about the VUCA world. The world which has changed in the last 4 to 5 years, which has not changed in the last 30 years. So a lot of change happened. Things become very complex. We have a geopolitical situation. We have a Red Sea war. So a lot of things are happening. We're talking about the global warming. And with all contexts, things have become very, very complicated, very challenging for all of us. Again, when we talk about digitalization, the way you used to evolve, the way you have to grow, I believe the same is not for all of you. So a lot of, I have empathy, a lot of appreciation I have for all of you. Many people talk about that this gen is good or bad, they always compare. But for me, if I see one of these masses, people I always love to know all of you. Going back to a different generation, if I try to see from my eye, when I talk about Gen X, and again the whole thing comes, the way the society, the way the country has evolved. So when we talk about the master theory, we always talk about our basic need. So when we talk about, for example, if I talk about my father, at that point of time, the mood was very different. It was a very basic need. Somehow, my father has worked, he put us to certain levels, then my need got changed. And whole society has evolved from that point of view. Now, so at that point of time, the basic need was a job. You require a respectful job, you require a stable job. You love to follow the process system. A lot of delegation used to happen. At that point of time, if you ask us to challenge the boss, it was not a culture. You have a boss, you have a manager, and you love to follow your manager. But things started changing, at later part where this, Gen Y came, or maybe later part of Gen X, people start, exploring, start looking for growth. Because what they feel that the basic will not going to help us. We can get food, we can get shelter, but if you want to grow from there, you need to have certain things. Then things started changing, where you start look for the career growth, you start to challenge. Again, challenging used to follow. There's a very formal career path we used to have when we talk about the Gen Y. And people prefer to follow that path. People who are in that zone, they prefer to they become very competitive. So they become very competitive. They love to challenge, they love to challenge to their co-workers. At the same time, they love to share also a lot of information. So a lot of sharing, a lot of cooperation, a lot of collaboration with that generation. One thing I must talk about the Gen X, at that point of time, at our point of time, we used to have a plethora of knowledge. But as an employee, as a person, we don't like to share our knowledge to others. Because at that point of time, one bit was there. If I share my knowledge, my colleague will know, and he also become richer in terms of knowledge. So people used to hold their knowledge, their expertise at that level, which has started changing when we move to Gen Y. People start sharing to their colleagues, start working together. They have their career path. They started looking for work-life balance. So they have ambition, but again, it was a manageable ambition. So a lot of things happened. They become very competitive. Work-life balance become one of the priority for them. They also, if I see that generation is one of the best generation in terms of learning. Because this whole digitalization, all those things started coming. So people learn very fast, they become digital savvy. It was not the case when they were born, So a lot of learning happened in that generation and people become expert on that part. When we talk about your generation, I don't know I'm right or wrong because you all can, and all depends on individual because it is not applied to all of you. Some are there, some are not there also. Again, depend on your upbringing, your society, I don't know what you're thinking. But today, if I see this generation, trust me, I love to interact. And one of my biggest learning happened in this generation. Because two reasons. One is my professional life, and second to my personal life. I have been maximum challenged by my son. So many times he challenged me and he challenged me very strongly. My learning happened with my son, my learning happened with his friends. Because the question they have, I always see they are very smart. I always see they are very open, they are very straight. He always prefer to have black and white. And I will tell you also, what was to be also my point of view. Definitely we talk about their disability, because they go on with laptop, they go on with computers, they go on with mobile phones, all PlayStation. So a lot of things happen, they don't have to learn. Today, if you see, maybe 10 years back, the child, if you want to do anything for them to spend their time, families will become busy because you become a nuclear family for a big family. You give their phone to the kid and let the kid enjoy with their phone. So, a lot of things happen. You become very independent because one of the things that we see out of you become very independent. You love to work alone. You love to try to make a very bigger impact in the organization, bigger impact in society. Where I see the challenge with you guys, the challenge I see, you people don't prefer to go for conciliation. You don't like to have very hard discussion, tough feedback. I see at that point of time when we talk and we give feedback, I see a lot of people withdraw. Either they withdraw, or they say, fine, I don't like to discuss. But in terms of preference, you feel very smart, very straightforward feedback, black and white. So a lot of things come in terms of autonomy, you prefer to be autonomy. Now work-life balance become big sections and the flexibility. So, I see always when I interact with your generation, you always say that why I have to come to office. Any job, I can do the job. I work night, I work in day, whenever I want to. This is my time. So whenever I want to work, I work. But when I see from organization point of view, sometimes doesn't work because it is not being you in the organization, you have to work with your colleagues. So where we see that in the organization, the collaboration part is missing because people are prefer to work independently than working in a team. You will look for a lot of autonomy when they challenge the issue that in why you have been challenged. We like to have a very direct, uniform question answer where somehow I see one area whereby we can do a lot in the organization and you are involved. Reverse mention is one of the very important things whereby senior people like us, they should work with you to learn more engagement, more understanding. At the same time, we can also have some kind of coaching and mentoring production to understand organizations in that level. That is one thing. Second thing, in life, in corporate world, you may not have every time is black and white. Sometimes we have to also understand the legal aspect. You will not get answer always yes or no. So also understanding some questions. One thing which we always see that this generation lack of patience. You want to do everything in your time, everything in your time. But important that yes, we have to also live your life. So a lot of things we can maybe we can go further. We can have like to share. But in terms of the mindset, very strong mindset, I see this generation also become in terms of very health conscious. Now we are not talking about your well-being. We are talking about from well-being. We are talking about mental health. So a lot of things has involved, and as an organization, we need to take care of all these things to manage your well and grow. Because the number that we're talking in India, organization, almost 51% organization, they have a challenge to recruit the right person. And more than that, almost 55% organization have a challenge to retain people. So it's very, very important that organization can only grow when we involve in the right set of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tripathi. Yes, very well said. How the different generations are bringing their perspectives because their own experiences and conditions has been so different. So yes, organization is a melting pot of all these different generations being together, and you bringing the most novelty, I would say. And we were discussing digital, proficiency. So maybe somewhere that accounts for the problem with face-to-face feedback when it's harsh, because I really don't know how to deal with information that is coming from another person. I'm more used to seeing the text. I'll be comfortable reading during the feedback, it's coming from email, but not when it's being shared with me. So yeah, that's a very interesting observation. Yeah, thank you. So now the next question is for Mr. Watts. How are you attracting Gen Zs to your organization? What have been the changes that you've made to your recruitment and employee branding strategies? Would you like to mention some of the changes?
So, okay, so first, thank you so much for inviting me, ma'am. And am I audible? It's working? Very nice. So, he has already briefed about the Gen X, Y, and Gen Z. So, I would say, as an organization, also need to evolve with this change of the Gen Z. So, what we do normally, we have to. Am I audible? It seems okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. I feel it seems okay. So what we do as an organization, we are available on the Instagram. We do the testimony from the employees. Whatever the employee activity we do, we put it on that. That's used to attract the Gen Z, which I feel. So this is also, and for the onboarding process also has been absolutely digital like AIs. So the candidates or the employee does not need to come and fill the form like whenever he can do it from the home and he can upload all the documents that can be done easily and they basically come according to the time between the onboarding. It is that way which we do. So which I feel the organization also has to be the tech savvy. It is about that if the new generation coming with this speed, you also has to be in the same sort of spirit with that. This is what I feel. And as in my new paradigm, I am feeling very excited because I feel this generation is the most kind of informative and high information learning. Because what is my paradigm when I feel very inspired? Because in the retail industry, we have almost 80% people as in Gen Z. And what I feel the thought process, the working style becomes the country is going to be absolutely on the right path. I agree. We have information, we have the images, so we are absolutely on the right path. I also feel it seems like a classroom session. Why don't you guys get comfortable and ask questions? Huh?
Would you like to ask anything right now? Or we have some time towards the end where the probably be looking for questions from you. If you want to ask anything, go ahead. So how are you changing the employer brand now, to meet their expectations? Are there any changes happening? Employer branding.
Employer branding is, as I told you, it is absolutely on the digital part. You have to be in the LinkedIn, you have to be the organization. You must have seen most of the big organizations, like Google started doing the LinkedIn, and they started giving the bit of testimonial about the employee process and policies with the kind of how do they engage, how the complete career path for an employee to, as in initial part of the employee when they can the complete journey part with the kind of promotion and other part which
Thank you so much. Now, my next question is from Anusha. This was already mentioned by Mr. Thitaki that Gen Zs expect instantaneous feedback, right? But at the same time, very sensitive to criticism or confrontation, as you both mentioned. So, how do you maintain a balance when you are sharing feedback? That's one. And also, very important formal way of giving feedback is your performance appraisal, performance management system. So have you adapted those to make their, these different issues, paradoxical issues of receiving feedback, and also bringing a digital element to PMS?
Yeah. So, great question, and it's splendid to be back. In Kolkata, this is the first time I'm visiting the IMAN Kolkata campus, and kudos to all of you. It's beautiful. I love to be associated with the IMI family. Before I answer this question, maybe I can just touch upon the previous question you talked about in terms of employer branding. So, guys, I would personally want to think about employer branding or EVP possibly as an organization's comparable to what a resume looks like. That shift is happening. It has happened. It's no longer an organization's market. So just like, and I can speak from an organization standpoint, right? It's just how you guys might feel like your resumes are being scrutinized. Organizations know that their EVP and brand is being scrutinized by you guys. Whether it is you looking at Glassdoor or Fishbowl or LinkedIn or feedback that's so easily accessible to you. So it's extremely important for us, just like the co-panelists said, not just to choose the right channels of branding, but even to kind of make the EVP wholesome and holistic that taps your need. Because in the end, it's a meeting of two. It's an attraction between both the employer and the employee. And I think when we look at Gen Z, that's essentially what a lot of these studies are saying, that alignment is important. Whether that is alignment on purpose or values or paycheck, there are different stats that say different things. Today, we know that, there was a very recent study done by both Deloitte and McKinsey that said
80% Gen Zers globally actually value purpose over paycheck. I don't know how honest and true that is representing each individual, but there's something there. Coming back to your question, which was more specific around how to engage in receptive feedback discussions with Gen Z. See, it's no hidden fact that Gen Z looks for immediacy, not just in feedback, but in every interaction. What that means is that obviously with the age of social media and artificial intelligence that we've grown up with and have been attuned to, you're looking for quick, precise, and constructive, actionable responses that make sense. You're not looking for leaders that are faffing around. They're saying things, but you can't cut through the noise. You don't really understand what it really means for me. So I think again, there have been enough studies done to say that at least 78% Gen Zers actually value real-time feedback over annual performance reviews. So that's a trend that's changed anyway. It's a trend that in any case had changed even a decade ago. So if I talk about a decade ago, I implemented a quarterly review system in an organization which didn't have the noise of Gen Z driving it really at that point. But what's happening now is that we've seen a lot of value in real-time feedback because that's when it's most fresh, that's when it will resonate more. Now, the challenge there is that sometimes without the right level of coaching that leaders and managers have gone through, equally that employees have gone through, real-time feedback can get a little animated. Because if you don't have the right tools and templates to have the right kind of positive dialogue versus, a critical monologue, that's where there can be a little bit of dissonance. So we've actually embarked on, very systemic trainings, both for our employee demographic as well as people managers and leaders, to say this is how one will engage in constructive discussions. This is how one will engage in receptive feedback sessions. And that seems to have gone well. Now, how do I know that has gone well? Is because there's always a metric to assess the success of any intervention. What is that metric? People surveys. So when we roll out our people surveys, there are specific questions to talk about how were your discussions with your immediate manager, how were your discussions with teams. And those are anonymous, they are open, and where a manager's performance rating is actually tied to the feedback that comes in. So it's imperative for me to really have constructive discussions with my team, otherwise I won't get paid or I'm at a risk of losing my job. So there is an ecosystem that can get created within an organization that will help Gen Z assimilate better, equally help managers and leaders tap the true potential. See, because as managers and leaders, it is in our best interest not to do the work, but to make sure that our teams are feeling energized and empowered to do the work. And so if I have a discussion which uses a word to say, this is not good enough, versus next time, why don't you think of alternative ways of doing this? So it's the simple things. And I think that's where, we've been able to move the needle a little bit. Has it been easy? No, of course, because obviously, it's not just different generations, but different people come with different ideologies and, there are bound to be differences in opinion, but it's a matter of having those constructive discussions. Coming to the second part of your question around how do we digitally enable this, of course we have. So there are a lot of tools today that most organizations use. There's Workday, there's Unmind. There are a lot of tools that these are, HRIS tools that integrate performance management to sit within it. We are on Workday. I implemented Workday in BCG. I also implemented Workday in Western Union, which was my previous organization. And what that does is it gives you a capability to ask for or give real-time feedback outside of the quarterly or annual review cycles. A lot of this is documented. However, pre or post the fact. So it does not replace a human discussion, but the documentation supplements that human discussion. The additional layer we've launched last to last year, so this is the second cycle, is also an AI enabled way of providing feedback based on consent from employees. So consent is crucial. So when, let's say, an employee asks for feedback, there is a form that the employee needs to tick off to say, would I be comfortable with my manager leveraging a standard BCG AI tool? So we called it Chat PDG, which is Chat Perform Develop Grow. And we used Chat PDG. It was tested immensely internally to say, okay, you give your feedback, this will refine it in a positively constructed way that would resonate well with the Gen Zers, but it is very, very subject to the employee consenting to, I am comfortable with my manager using Chat PDG to refine my feedback and send it to me and enable some of those discussions. So I think, my co-panelists have also spoken about this. We're in very interesting times, which, is the reality of today. In the last 5 years, all of you are aware, we've recovered from a pandemic. We've seen huge economic disruption. We've seen geopolitical unrest. We've seen changing social norms and preferences. And we're at the precipice of what is the fourth industrial revolution. Artificial intelligence is no longer an advantage, it's hygiene. And Generation Z is also no longer something that we need to manage. It's the reality of today. And think of, I often use this analogy that an organization is a sum of all its parts. So if you think about a tea bag, it's nothing in isolation, right? So it's when that tea bag assimilates into hot water that it gives you something. So the same applies to leaders who are the C-suite of today, who have possibly risen through authoritarian leadership styles, but equally it applies to Gen Z. So it's a little bit about meeting each other midway, and I think there's immense potential to be tapped into.
Thank you so much. It was really interesting. Let's understand feedback is necessary. We really need to know how I'm doing. But then using two different mediums, like how you sharing it, how you are digitally enabling it, as well as how is the message being put across. So can we make it digestible for them? So I could get that a sense from what you spoke about. Making sure that we are changing it in such a way that the essence remains, but it is now more acceptable.
Yeah, and I just want to add one final thought. I am conscious of time, but it's a little bit about different generations valuing the differences in accessibility to information and intellect. So it is important for older generations, and I'm grossly stereotyping, but it is important for older generations to feel secure that the younger guys might be smarter in a certain technical expertise area than us. And it's equally important for the younger generations to value the experience and wisdom that comes with, so it's a little bit about, and like you rightly mentioned, feedback it's a gift. I think of feedback as a great gift. I go out and continuously ask for feedback because it's actually a tool to make you better. So if that recognition is there, I think one would be able to take it constructively.
Thank you. Now let's move on to round number 2. And here I'm going to ask, you're making one assumption, and then there are some facts to back up. But I'd like to ask a question around this. We've been kind of saying that Gen Z is a very technically professional generation, they're digitally very sound. So my next question is to Mr. Tripathi. I find that there are some conflicting views even around digital proficiency. So at one level, we are saying this generation is very good with social media, with internet, technology, connectivity. But at the same time, we are also questioning their technical skills. The digital skills which are required were ability to use different kinds of softwares, like Nassim was talking about Word now. There are so many, again, these are sophisticated softwares, but there are so many other kinds of plethora of softwares. But when it comes to, using these, Gen Zs may not be very proficient. So these are two conflicting views on the digital proficiency. So I'd like Mr. Tripathi to share his experience. Do you really think this generation lacks digital skills? Have they contributed in any way to the digital advancement of your organization?
That's a very good question. And this question is also very, very close to us, the organization that I belong. Many people feel like L'Oreal is a beauty company, but we never talk about that as a beauty company. We always talk about a beauty tech company. So you see all our branding about a beauty tech company. My personal experience and the colleague where I work, my colleague, when we talk about changes or the people who are joined the organization, we have a different opinion. We always feel that yes, because they're born in this age, so definitely by design, by virtue, they are learned. They don't have to put additional effort. For example, if I have to learn something, I have to put additional effort because I have not seen, I have to learn, I have to acquire those skills. But when I see you guys, you don't need to be. You have seen from day one, become very simple. So, in terms of technical knowledge, when I talk about digital knowledge, I see my point of view is not only the knowledge, but when I talk about the application of those knowledge, I see this generation is very, very proficient. They love to use, and I tell you where we see a lot of application, a lot of examples which I see from these people. Recently, we launched this tool, the forecasting tool. We talk about the planning tool, and I see the contribution of Winston is very, very high. We have outsourced our entire financing operations. A lot of the manual work we used to have, and then like everything automated, and there the contribution is this young generation is very high. When we build this team, I also tell you that the composition of team almost 60% population we have from Gen Z. Yeah, 50%, 60% population have Gen Z because the participation, the commitment, the delivery was super at very high level. Yes, where we see a challenge, also that we have a challenge also. When the nature of job becomes very repetitive, then we see that this generation will start losing interest. Unlike when I talk about Gen X, they find they love to work, even if they have to work for long hours, even if they have to work for the same kind of job, they keep working. Here, when I see in this case, they lose interest. They lose their patience, attention is lost. So when repetition comes, of course, they don't like to get. But when you talk about the creativity point of view, if you ask them to put some creative job, some new job, some innovative job, I see they do more than 100%. They result in more than 100%. For repetitive work, yes, we have a huge challenge. And they simply say that I don't want to work. Give it an example, they say they join the organization, some projects, and I tell you example again, we have from supply chain operations team and marketing team. We had management trainee when they joined to us. Very simple. They say that fine, the job of what I'm doing, I'm not enjoying this job. Even in plants also, they say I'm not enjoying the job. We ask why? Because it's a very manual job. We want to do something more. We want to do something differently. So I see the contribution, I see the commitment, I see the engagement of this generation when we talk about the creativity, when we talk about the innovation, something new. If you put them in challenging situation, they will be the best. If you put them in any situation, they will be the best. So I have a huge respect for the generation to evolve to organization, to take this workplace, to take this society to move around.
Yeah, thank you. That was a very interesting perspective. So yes, this generation is proficient coming from an expert, but gets very bored. I think this also somewhere matches with studies on Gen Z's having a popcorn brain. Now, what is this popcorn brain? Just like a quiz, the attention span is short and there's a need for a lot of variety. So, that's why maybe the social media has introduced reels and shorts and no more having long, format videos. So, my popcorn brain will only allow me a lot of variety. I cannot do the same thing because that requires a longer attention span. So yeah, interesting challenge. Yeah.
If you allow me also what we observed also, this generation, you guys are expert in doing multitasking. You know, they always say that I want to do more, I want to do differently. You don't get, feel engaged if you're doing one set of job. By the time you finish the job, you want something more. By the time you are a job, you want something more. I believe, this generation, they require more challenge. Yeah, stimulation. Yeah, something new, something innovative. The more you put, we see that the efficiency is very, very high. The moment you put them in one situation, no change, yes, they get bored, you will see the shift of, kind of withdrawal. They won't show interest, even if they are there, they are not there. Physically there, but they are not mentally, they are not there. So I believe that is very, very important.
Yeah, so personally, I would say I do appreciate the creativity that you emphasized on, but organization also requires a lot of routine jobs which need to be done. So you delegate it to people who are going to do it. You can't automate everything. There's a limit. I am getting to that. There's a limit to automation. Beyond that, routine jobs need to get done. Yeah. Okay. So my next question is to Mr. Kuldeep. Mr. Tripathi also started this discussion about having different generations, coexisting at a workplace. So how do you handle multi-generational conflicts at work?
So there is two things. One is tech and one is touch. So the common thing between the both generation is touch part. So at our home and society, we interact usually at home. They interact with their fathers, with their grandfathers also. So they know how to tackle each other. But someone at workplace, they become more professional. So organization have the diversity as my co-panelist already mentioned, but also so there are set of questions with the people. That is there. I feel most of the organization this type want to do so. So they build the HMI system with that sort of capability that whatever was being on the real-time feedback or quarterly, you can say, discussion or feedback. Also, there should be a cultural kind of workplace where you can workshop and trainings on the profession and the other sort of trainings. And the project has to be done if you sort of the work. Normally what happens, the Gen X and Gen Z has the kind of role definitely will be bit of in these days, the Gen Y and Gen Z is engaging in these things. So in that way also we should have that sort of review and the questions that it is documented by them whether the people can easily grab it.
Are there any points of reasons why these conflicts happen? Any points of difference among the generations?
It is same kind of that the Gen Z is the patience of progress. So the challenge is they start things, but it has to be start to end process. In between, they take the digital sort of chat GPTs or kind of that. And Gen X has the different sort of paradigm. They want accordance to their own thought process or according to their way of working, that you respond on or way they work on make it this way. But normally, this is always. Secondly, the respect from the is also there because they want thinking of respect which they get at home. That is son speaks to the father. That is there. But the Gen Z is absolutely professional in that case. That is it.
So a clash of beliefs and expectations.
Also. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kwadi. Okay, my next question is for Ms. A. You were also talking about the surveys which are conducted on Gen Zs. I'm also going to refer to one of the surveys. So Deloitte survey this year suggested that the sense of purpose significantly impacts this generation's job satisfaction and sense of well-being. So how do you provide them with a sense of meaning at work at PhD, basically?
That's a very good question, and I'll come back to what I mentioned earlier, that I think it's a little indexed on alignment. I don't think that, one match fits all. See, right now we've got a wide variety of, so the talent landscape has also acutely evolved, both from an employee perspective and an organization's perspective. I can talk about, let's say, my organization, BCG. So if I say that the talent landscape has evolved for us, it means that today we are no longer going only to the MBBs to hire laterally. We're not going only to the big four to hire. We're also hiring from startups. We're also hiring from private equity firms. We're also hiring from industries. For functional roles, we're going to tier 2, we're going to a wide variety of campuses, so on and so forth. Equally, I think as we look at the employee demographic, their preferences are also shifting. So what that means is we know that decades and decades ago, okay, government jobs were supposed to be most aspired for and stable. But today, if you go to the most renowned B schools, if somebody gets placed with a government organization, it's a little bit of okay. So I think it's an equal market in the sense that employees have to see, or candidates need to see, what is it and where is it that they align with most. Now, startups, for instance. So today we've got, the likes of Zepto and Blinkit that are being, run by people this age, essentially. Now, the likelihood of that value system alignment will be much higher if you work with an organization like that, because the CEO is your age, your generation, your value system. I had a very close friend of mine who was an IMI alumni, in fact, and he was with McKinsey. He left McKinsey to join Mobile Premier League, a startup. We know what happened with Mobile Premier League. So there are various layers with which both candidates and organizations can evaluate what that alignment looks like and what will energize you, what will drain you. And this applies for both. So for example, if I am in nascent stages of my career and I'm looking to learn as much, expose myself to as much variety, a startup might be a great start, because it will give you end-to-end learning opportunities from service delivery to signing off with client, and you're not just a number, you're not just a role count, versus when you join a large organization. So I feel like various layers, I can touch upon a few, which I feel like based on some of the studies that you've spoken about. So obviously, like I said, Deloitte study does talk about 80% Gen Zers want purpose over paycheck. What that means is, what is the purpose that possibly, or what were the key themes as outcomes? So sustainability. I know when I did, that panel discussion in IMI in Delhi, at the end of the session, they actually talked about green IMI and how they've actually been able to make this whole conference and that whole year very sustainable and green. That's something that apparently Gen Z holds very true to their heart. So a lot of organizations, even in India, if you think about the Unilevers or the Mahindras of the world, or TCS, I think TCS Ion was in the news recently, they're actually tying in various social impact and sustainability programs and goals into both KPIs as well as opportunities for employees to participate and feel like they're making a larger impact. That again goes back to one of the needs that Gen Z has, to be able to impact, to be able to drive societal change. Whether it's core to your job or not, by virtue of being associated with an organization, helps. Again, it has to do with how you're doing your employer branding and everything. I think the other key, and BCG does a lot as well in terms of social impact day and trying to really have our carbon footprint stats and net zero achievement targets, etc. The second key theme that I see
is an area that Gen Z looks at, and BCG is doing a lot. In fact, we've been accolades as one of the best in terms of our diversity inclusivity. So we do a lot in terms of pride. And that helps not just organizations, also employees. One, there's a huge untapped pool that we're able to leverage. And two, there's a lot of assimilation and inclusion as we see, people from all walks of life integrating into the organization. So I think that alignment is very personal. I don't feel like all of Gen Z can also be painted in the same color, but equally it's important. Now, one thing I don't know, maybe slightly controversial to say, is that authenticity is important. What that means is that if my organization's values on paper are different from what they are in practice, Gen Z will cut through it. And today, there is enough accessibility of social media forums where they will bash your organization online to say, you said your values were trust, collaboration, grow by growing others, but when I joined, this is how I was treated. I think authenticity is key. As we talk about value and purpose alignment, we've seen a lot happen. Shein, Byju's, Oyo, it's been all over. We've seen it all over the news. So bad media, when it comes to misalignment of purpose and values, is extremely detrimental to organizations. And I think we need to be very conscious of that. Organizations are very conscious of that. So I think authenticity is key, right? Like just by saying that, and we've spoken about work-life balance. So just by saying, me as an organization, we're very, very clear on work-life balance, etc. But if on a Friday evening I'm told that I want this Monday morning, but don't work on the weekend, that's not our value system. So it all kind of boils down to that. But yes, I feel like it should energize both, and as long as we're authentic, it would help. So, for example, BCG is very clear in our consulting track, it's up or out. It's aggressive. We don't make bones about it. So, if work-life balance will be impacted, it's clear. You will be paid in a way, you will be associated with an organization. Either in 2 years you will progress to the next level, or sorry, you will be asked to leave. At least there is no camouflaging of it, and then it's a choice. You want to join? Great. If not, so I think authenticity, along with everything else that I spoke about, is a major value.
Very, very interesting, So their explanation also encouraging organizations to work the talk. So we just don't make empty promises, but we have to live by them. My list of questions will always something of many more questions, but we don't have enough time, so we can kind of invite some audience questions. Yeah.
It was indeed an insightful session.
We now open the platform for a few questions.
Please raise your hands and we will connect you to the panelists.
So when you ask the question, please mention your name and the name of the panelist whom you would like to ask the question.
Good morning. My name is Sakshi Jain, and my question is to Kuldeep sir. That how does WH Smith adapts product offerings to cater to varying regional demands?
Okay, so it is as you know, city and the summer sort of they are a travel company. So most of the products came from the but there some import from the other countries. So we have set of team which we call as in category. They does all sort of ordering with the depending on the lead time. Uh, as I told you, we are in the different states also, so depending on the procedures need, it is working with an AI system, which is we call as an data system. They do all sort of work, they depending on the which it is the two types of the depending on the items ranking, we do that. That's how it is.
Very good morning to the respected panelists. My name is Kushal, and my question is to ma'am, what are the changes that will happen in the next decade for the compensation strategies for all these companies?
Thanks. I missed your name.
Pushpin.
Kushbir.
Pushpin Agarwal.
No, thanks for the question. So, look, we don't, I would say that 10 years down the line, none of us, I don't think even the best research analysts shouldn't have a crystal ball to predict 10 years down the line. I think things are changing much faster. We're in a much more dynamic landscape today. But what I can tell you is things that are already changing now. I don't know, like I can't, I don't think it's fair to commit 10 years down the line. So a couple of things, right? One, we kind of spoke about personalization. So personalization of comp and benefit offerings, because one size does not fit all. It's also based on a lot of studies that reflect Gen Z's opinion to say, okay, we don't value the same things in terms of tax saving or in terms of retirement saving, in terms of XYZ. We want pet care allowance, or we want gym allowance, or we want work-life balance. We want unlimited paid leave. We want this. So I think as we look at both benefits and comp, personalization is already happening, but I do see that it will become a norm of the future. The second thing is pay transparency. So it's not happening as much in India, but I'm sure all of you, if compensation is an area of interest, I'm sure all of you would have read that a couple of years, or more than a couple of years ago, possibly 6-7 years ago, it was first launched in the United States of America by state. The EU pay legislation has already been released. The UK pay legislation has been tabled and released. Asia is not insulated to this global wave. What that means is that already in Australia and New Zealand, pay transparency, gender pay gap reporting, all of that has become mandated by the government and regulatory bodies. Some of these regulations, they differ by state, by country, etc. But what is the underlying theme? Why? The why behind this is to, obviously, as you can tell, that to kind of cut discrimination. In the US, it was black versus white more than gender. In Asia, it is more gender. In EU, it is more gender. So transparency, which also is something that Gen Z values, right? Tell us. What is the pay range for this position? Why are you paying me this? Why is the internal guy being paid this versus that? So pay transparency is a big thing that I'm sure all global organizations are already working on. And that's something that would possibly drive the future. A lot of these regulations also prohibit organizations from asking, what is your current pay? Because in India, for example, there's almost a guardrail कि अच्छा current pay इतनी है तो हम 30% hike से ऊपर नहीं देंगे. But what if my job actually commands for that position to be paid 70% higher than the individual is unfortunately being paid right now? So it's fair pay, fair work, and some of that. So there's a lot more, but I think these are two trends, along with obviously a lot of emphasis on analytics and data mining.
Hi, good morning, dear panelists. My name is Shazada, and I would like to say that our generation has a labor rate, our attrition rate are very high. So, how can organizations tailor their recruitment strategies to affect to employ the Gen Z more effectively? It's an open question to all.
Let me try. I'm not sure whether anyone will answer for that, but keeping time in mind, what mistake we see, and I said in my start talk, the previous generation, you almost can you sit down, please sit down, We always see there's a path. We always talk about the career path in organizations and the career path for individual. That this is your career. You have to take this path and reach this level. This news, the way the trend what we are seeing, if you go with a traditional career path, you will not able to get a GMG. We have to go out of the box thinking. We have to allow them, we have to allow them to explore multiple options. Because I tell you, see how things are changing. We are moving from a tenure-based organization to a skill-based organization. At some point of time, people get promotion after every 3 years, 4 years. But now there's no more there. Skill becomes so important for all of us that our growth will depend upon skill. And when I talk about a skill, not only technical skill, a skill combination of your soft skill, human skill is very, very important. So things are very fast, changing very fast. So organization has to have a very dynamic, career path, career, option available for employee. People are also changing career. They are not changing only the jobs, but they are also changing the roles and careers. So organization has to decide that one thing. Second thing, we talk a lot about in terms of the impactful job. So, giving chance to people to exercise impactful job. One thing which, she was talking about, authenticity. Just to add, I strongly believe that organization has to have a culture of psychological safety. One thing we are really missing in this, at least to talk about the context of India, still, people don't feel themselves because they feel that if I ask question, I talk about, L'Oreal. We always, I'm talking about 15, 20 years back, people always say that career are made in the boardroom. You are part of some meetings and discussion and discussion has happened. I believe it has moved. Company has moved from a star culture to the performance culture, to team culture. So from that point of view, it has become very important for all of us to understand the dynamics, to understand the team, to give multiple options to employee to exercise and choose what they want to do. Help them to acquire the skill. Organization has to have a culture of learning. I believe one thing we are missing big here. Learning, we always talk about the support function, in HR also, but I believe learning has to become a very strategic function. Because if in an organization you don't have a culture of learning, you miss good things. So very, very important for us to have. And plus, we talk about the salary, we talk about the flexibility. Those things are very, very important. Purpose-driven organization. Honestly, it is not so easy, because maybe you have one different ambition. I don't know how much organization is going to match your ambition. But important to agree to her point that the feedback is very, very important. Give a very right, authentic feedback, timely feedback become very important. Hopefully, if organizations start doing, maybe we'll have a better outcome, in terms of attrition. But honestly, there's no right, one solution, one-stop solution.
I think we can take just one more question quickly because we need to start the next panel discussion and get really debate. So just one last question to someone who's really trying to ask the question. Yeah. Here. Second.
Good afternoon, panelists. My question is to Ma'am. Ma'am, as you said about juniors or the Gen Z being bashing the organizations on social media regarding their conduct, what they write and what they follow in practice. So, in a managerial level, we have to also listen to the organization. If the organization is not open to changes, and if the junior is expecting certain changes, so what as a manager, if he or she is getting targeted personally on that level, on the conduct level, so what as a manager we should do? It's a great question, and obviously all of us are keeping up with what's being reported in the news, right? Many instances get reported. I think it comes back to the, organizational, at an organization level, what is it that is your core value and purpose?
So let's assume in the example that you spoke about, there has been some extremely negative feedback written about a manager on social media. So there are obviously all organizations, and not just now, all organizations have ways and means. There are ethics committees, there are ombudsmen, where you are likely to undergo confidential, preset. You're likely to go through, a lot of investigations to really uncover the truth. Now, it goes back to the core value of the company. That do you just want to eyewash and just somehow save your reputation? Or truly, authentically, do you want to say this is something that was reported, a manager did, we as an organization do not stand by it, it is not okay. And then you take some hard measures. Right? So I think it boils down to what is it that your leadership supports. Now, the second part of your question was that, can one employee or can one manager really move the needle? Let's assume that, certain things are happening. Can you move the needle? It is a journey, it is a change. Unfortunately, there are essentially three responses to change that you don't like. You either try to change the situation, or you accept the situation, or you remove yourself from the situation. So I think these are very personal instances, but in the end, it has to be something that, at least some key people in the organization take a stand for, because it has extremely detrimental effects to its own employer brand. Which, in a way, you saw this with Sheen. Sheen shut. Why? Because they had extremely bad practices. So it doesn't only have an impact on employer branding or hiring, but even the customer base and business.
On behalf of IML Kolkata, I would like to thank all the panelists, Mr. Prabhakar, Mr. Pradeep, Ms. Singh, for sparing time from the really busy schedules and being here on a Saturday during evening. For the first discussion, it was a very insightful discussion. I have a lot of points, which I could learn from you, and I'm sure the same is true for the audience also. I'd also like to thank Professor Banerjee, our director, for being a source of constant guidance and support in such endeavors. I'd like to thank again, I do not wish to miss, but I'm really cutting this short because we have to start the next discussion. I'd like to thank the placement team, which covers all of you, the IT team, the administration team, the smart team, and all of you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
If you allow me, only 15 seconds, I think, because I feel it's very important for me to share, some of my wisdom. To advise to all of you, be yourself, believe in yourself, do where your passion lies. If you believe something important for you, if you feel happy, engaged, motivated, do. Challenge the status quo, because when organization hire you, they don't hire you for your job. They like to see some value creation by yourself. So create value to organization, create value to yourself. Build some hobby. If you don't have hobby, have some hobby, because you need to live your life. Don't go in that race. Don't see what is happening to others. Don't compare yourself with others. Compare with yourself. And last but not least, happy, enjoy, fun, and take care of yourself. Thank you.
Now, we would like to request our moderator, Dr. Roma Puri, to extend the token of appreciation to our guest speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you. and I hope you had a great session. We would now request all the dignitaries to come forward for a group photograph, followed by a short tea break. Ma'am, sir, please join us. Shamitra, sir, please join us. Students, kindly be seated. The second panel discussion will begin shortly. Hi students, is this the way you behave when the panelists are from BCG and renowned companies? Sitting in the front rows, you guys are sleeping early in the morning. What kind of professional behavior is this? And you guys are here asking for questions. For service from such companies. Mind you, there are 3 more panels left. If we see this kind of behavior once again, the whole batch will get infractions each. No matter if you are present or absent, every one of you will get the infraction. Guys, you are not expected to leave. Be seated. Before the panel starts, again the attendance will be taken. If you are not found, you will be marked absent. So if you want to go washroom, you are expected to be here within 5 minutes.
Yes.
Guys, नीचे से जाओ. नीचे से जाओ, यू आर नॉट अलाउड टू यूज सेकंड फ्लोर। युवराज सेकंड फ्लोर नहीं जाना है, नीचे से। मेल करो, मेल करो, जाओ।
Yes, sir. So, manufacturing and communication, Germany. Education,
टक है
वो अरेंज किया हुआ है, पैनल वाइज अरेंज किया हुआ है।
स्टार्टिंग में बैठे ये तीनों इंसान जो केसी है उसके साथ ये बुके दी जाएगा और ये गिफ्ट दी जाएगा।
तो make sure कि gift बुके दोनों जा रहे हैं and POCs का है इसके इन तीनों के I'm just keeping this नीचे होंगे बोला एक सेकंड
Raksha, I'm calling out names. Can you come forward? Raksha, Amartya. Okay. Yes, children. So we have one more. Do you want it to be a boy or a girl? Okay. Pratirupa. Raksha, can you call up Pratirupa? I'm nervous.
Can somebody call up Rishabh? अच्छा कहाँ है?
Rishabh? Oh, sorry. Yes, Rishabh, come.
We can't really recognize sure.
Shine Bandipagre, Rakshit, Veda Gupta, Ujjwal Garg. Can you please report? Veda Gupta? Can somebody call up Veda Gupta, please? No. I'll repeat the names again. Shine Bandipagre, Rakshit Jaiswal, Veda Gupta, Ujjwal Garg.
Wait. Nobody ready. मुझे पता कि Just can you please come here?
Where is Veda Gupta? Can you please call Veda Gupta? Yeah, can you please come on the street?
Ritika, where are you? Where are you? Please come.
Can you please call up your friends as soon as possible? It's already 11:50. We're starting with the attendance. Very shortly.
Guys, if your friends are not here within a minute, they'll lose on their attendance.
Second panel.
Yes, you and anchors of the second
First is who all are interested in HR? Raise your hands. Except for the first two. Raise your hands properly. But actually interested in HR. अरे भाई हाथ ऊपर नहीं उठाओगे तो मेरा दिखेगा नहीं ठीक से Names please. Dinesh and संगू लगा है साक्षी दिनेश है दिनेश Okay, attendance. Abhishek Kumar Sen, Adrija Bhattacharya, Amresh Yadav, Anushri Das, Ashutosh Kumar, Avantika Avasthi, Aviraj Chatterjee, Aviraj Chatterjee, Devasmita Nath, Dheeraj Kumar, Gaurav Rath, Rishabh Kumar Kunde, Nishita Kushwaha, fourth row, last fourth row. Okay.
Filling the four seats as soon as possible. The last row over there, the last third row, come in front. Aman Satyam. Rishita. Rishita. Jay. We've noticed a lot of you have been eating in the auditorium. It is highly requested. Do not eat, do not slouch, do not use your phones, do not use earphones. It is a very basic tendency that we expect you to follow the entire 4 panels. So please adhere to that. Moving on with the attendance, Jay Rajat, Jay, Jyotishman, Khushi, Aman, Meera Gupta, Sneha Jaiswal, Piyush Singh, Francis Srivastava, Priyanka Agarwal, Inansh Mahapat, Raj Kritik. Okay.
Guys, fill up the seats over here. If I see you people sitting over there, हम individually pick करके आगे बिठा रहे हैं. Get up and fill up the front seats.
But they're coming.
Even if people are coming over here, don't sit down. Shift. Dinesh.
Need questions from the DPC. Where is the DPC?
Should I take your names too? Fast. The panelists are already coming here.
Message करो.
Tell her to ask me.
And no one will slouch.
Question. From what is what end कैसे हुआ था last time? First time का end कैसे हुआ था?
मैंने रोहन ने खुद ही बोल दिया.
Seats. Shift. Shift the seat. All of you. Shift. Stop laughing. Shift. Third row. Shift. Are you deaf? Yep.
Where? In your part. Which pen were you using? उनको नाम बताओ. Is it morning or afternoon? A heartiest good afternoon to all of you present here. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I, Diya Agarwal, along with Bodhika Genti, stand before you today to welcome you all to the second panel discussion, AI-powered recruitment, efficiency meets human insight. AI-powered recruitment is revolutionizing the hiring process by seamlessly combining advanced technology with human insight. In today's fast-paced and data-driven world, companies are constantly seeking ways to streamline their recruitment efforts while ensuring they find the best talent. Artificial intelligence enhances recruitment by automating routine tasks such as resume screening, candidate sourcing, and interview scheduling, allowing HR teams to focus on more strategic decisions. However, it is important to maintain the human touch in the process. AI tools are designed to support, not to replace, the decision making and providing deeper insights in reducing bias in candidate evaluations. The integration of technology and human expertise can ensure that organizations not only hire faster but also find the right fit for their culture and long-term success. Today, amongst us, we have Mr. Vikas Maheshwari, Assistant Vice President Human Resources at Biocon Biologics, Ms. Malvika Chakraborty, Senior Manager Human Resources and Training at TM International Logistics Limited, and Mr. Rakesh Almal, Head of TO India at ZF Group as our panelist. To steer today's discussion, we have our moderator, Dr. Yogi Mukherjee, Associate Professor, Area Chair, MIS in Analytics at IMI Kolkata. Our esteemed lineup of speakers, hailing from diverse industries and backgrounds, will provide you with a wealth of wisdom and expertise to fuel your own journeys. Now, I would like to request all our panelists and our moderator, Dr. Rohan Mukherjee, to please join us on the dais and take their respective seats. Beginning with Mr. Rakesh Alman. Mr. Rakesh Alman is the head of Talent Acquisition India at ZF Group, where he spearheads strategic recruitment initiatives. Mr. Rakesh has demonstrated exceptional leadership in building and leading high-performance teams at renowned organizations such as DuPont, Accenture, and Wipro. He has done his MBA from IIM Raipur and has completed certifications in human resource management and strategic management from prestigious institutions like XLRI and IIM Ahmedabad. Mr. Rakesh is known for his visionary approach and ability to inspire and motivate his teams to achieve organizational success. We would now request Shagni to welcome Sir with a bouquet of flowers.
Go.
Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Malvika Chakraborty. Ms. Malvika Chakraborty is an accomplished human resources manager with extensive experience in the retail and services industries. She brings expertise in HR policies, talent acquisition and management, performance management, and employee relations, fostering dynamic and productive workplace culture. Ms. Malvika holds an MBA degree in Human Resources Management from NSHM Knowledge Campus, Kolkata. She has further honed her expertise through prestigious certifications in strategic human resources management and leadership development from IIM Lucknow. We request Vidushi to welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers.
With over 25 years of experience in human capital management, Mr. Vikas Munishwari is a versatile and a result-driven leader who has successfully led and managed complex organizational programs, aiming with HR strategies, with business goals, and acting as an entrepreneur in his own organizations. Known for his proactive and innovative mindset, he excels in generating solutions and implementing impactful initiatives. His specialties include talent strategies, planning, performance management, learning and development, including EDP design and execution. We now request Kirti Samani to welcome Sir with a bouquet of flowers.
Now, I would like to introduce our moderator for the session, Dr. Rohan Mukherjee. Dr. Rohan Mukherjee holds an MS and PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur in the domain of visual information processing and system design. He has also postdoctoral research experience in cutting-edge approaches to machine learning and AI. Prior joining to IMI Kolkata, he has worked at IIM Bodh Gaya, IIM Jammu, and Goa Institute of Management. His current research includes data analytics and machine learning and their application in business. Apart from regular teaching and research, Dr. Rohan has designed a few long-term and short executive programs with the EdTech partners. I now request Shruti Bansu to welcome Sir with a bouquet of flowers.
Now, let us challenge assumptions, seek innovation, and collectively pave way for discussion. Over to you, Dr. Mukherjee.
Thank you to all. Have a very good morning. So we'll start the discussion from the left and move towards the right because it's fine. Because I've been already quite expert in the domain of AI, so yes, I would like to know from you the term AI power, right? What do you mean by that? Or what a student should see when he sees the term AI power? Yeah.
Right. Thanks for that question. Actually, it's a difficult one to answer because a lot of us have perceptions on artificial intelligence. So let me just start from breaking that perception down and making it simpler. I think the way I look at it is that when you use a term like AI, you have to understand that you should not be ending up killing an ant with a hammer. You understand what I'm saying? So if you try killing an ant with a hammer, you will miss it most of the times. So I think the use cases for AI, as the term denotes, have to have a lot of intelligence added to it. So let's step back and say that there is automation. When you automate a certain task and you say, can this be done on its own? Then there is intelligent automation, which is slightly better than automation, where the tool understands that when do you need to do a certain task, and then there is AI, right? So AI is like the big god, okay, somewhere out there. From a student's perspective, I think there are two kinds of consumers that are emerging for AI. One is people like me who consume AI, right? We don't build AI. We don't build models. We don't build neural networks, but we consume AI. That's going to be the majority of it. Dia, in her opening note, she mentioned that why I remember your name is because my daughter's name is Dia. Okay, so she said that a lot of AI is being used to schedule interviews. Yeah, I disagree, right? Because that's not AI, that's automation. You schedule something. But when you start getting rich inputs from the tool, which at every point in time, every question that you ask a candidate, the tool says, okay, next question should be this. It's like Grammarly, you would have heard of instances where you can launch an avatar in an ATS, and the avatar takes an interview of a candidate. Have you heard of this? Yeah. I know somebody, a dear friend of mine, and this is agentic AI, where the candidate has placed his own avatar to answer the questions that are being asked by the company's avatar. So the recruiter doesn't have a time to conduct an interview with the candidate, neither do I. Here's my avatar for you. And both the chatbots are talking to each other, and a great interview, obviously. Right. So then there is this whole component of how are you using AI? I mean, what is the ethical use of it? And I'm sure we will touch upon all of these areas as we go forward. I think a good use case for AI, truly for people like us who are sitting here, is to use the analytics of it. Right? That how do you consume large data to be able to analyze it and then take insights and predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics. The other is the agentic side of it, which is to say, agent, something. Avengers fans, anybody in the house? Avengers, yeah. Jarvis, yeah. So think of it, think of Jarvis and say that, can you look at a Jarvis which actually gives you the right insight and says that this is something that's going to happen and goes a step forward and says, wait, I'll do it for you. So if you have to travel somewhere, don't worry, I'll do your web check-in, I'll book you the preferred choice of seats, I'll preferred choice of meals, etc., etc. It's like a concierge. So that's where we are headed. Maybe also, these are just thought starters, okay, and then we'll get deeper. I also think it's wrong to say that AI is not going to replace jobs. All right? And I'm telling you, it's a tsunami. People who are not using AI or who are scared of using a tool, all right, they will have a difficult time going forward. And while we were warming up to this conversation for the panel, we were discussing that Malvika said that how many of you all are still using PPTs? Yeah, if you are, you should stop, because we've stopped using PPTs. You have to give the tool the right input, as Malvika said, but that input is the only thing you need to do. After that, the tool does it. So I've stopped asking for presentation or PPT making as a skill. Right? Those are old days. It's gone. So how are you consuming these tools? I think is the big one, and that's where the rubber meets the road. Yeah, back to you.
So taking forward, as you mentioned, analytics is the buzzword, right? So where the term analytics come from meaning because it is a data-driven analytics, right? So how HR practices are changing right, in the course of time of this data-driven decision making, coming to real-time scenario, and how are organizing more practicing now in researching into the course of time.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. And then, it's very important for all of you to understand what we really do in the industry. So, all your books, your case studies, it's a lot of difference in what we are actually doing on the floor. So let us talk about data driven. So when as Vikas already has spoken about it, that AI is just helping us. It's a kind of enabler for all of us. Currently in India, I would say because at least I think 95% of companies are not using AI. That's what I want to be very, blatantly honest with all of you. We are using certain softwares or certain platforms which are AI enabled. For example, in my company, we are using PeopleSoft. So, as you were talking about data-driven analytics, so they will do HR analytics for you. What are the positions for currently in my organization which are open? What was the tax limit, and how many days these positions were filled up? What were the resumes which we had got? So every analytics of each and every aspect is being done by such kind of software. That's the only thing. Then another thing which we do through this software is that resume parsing. We create job profiles. They help you, create the keywords. So, what are the skills needed? Your knowledge and as per the, knowledge and skill, what are the keywords that would be required by us? So they help us create those. This is actually not AI. This is just that we are making the use of this platform so that certain things like which we did on daily basis. For example, searching for the resume, creating the JDs. So right now we don't create JDs. We just give the keywords and it's all done. That's what we do. That's what is data driven. So you feed in the right kind of syntax, right kind of data, and then you get the output. And we are taking the help of these artificial intelligence driven platforms. Over to you.
Thank you. Rakesh, I was just going to Accenture report, right? So it was mentioning that it is several 300 global companies, right? And 70% of the HR professionals are claiming that they are up to the level of descriptive analytics. Now, still now they have not gone even predictive analytics. What is your view on that?
It's true, actually, when you look back, the kind of analytics that is coming through today at an organizational level is actually somewhere helping us make faster decisions more than anything else. It is making it easy to have everything in one place. Having one view at an organizational level, and then on whatever is the output basis that making faster decisions. So, for example, we were talking about PPTs and stuff, Power BI dashboards, right? That's what is one part of, I would say, what we were just talking about, right? You feed in the data, like Vandita said, and it shows up, different cuts, views of the data that you have, and you can then dissect it further there on at an organizational level, and then that possibly also somewhere then helps us make, as I said, faster decisions. But I think it's all in a very initial phase. When you look at some of these organizations, you name any of them today. There's a lot more that has to be done. As we move forward, and then thereon eventually figure out how this could pan out for us. In various areas. It's not only HR, but also on the business side, etc. Like for example, we were talking about AI or Gen AI, so called. We have opened, Copilot for all our employees. Employees have access to Copilot, and they can use it real time while working in their day-to-day activities. So I think I think that's where it's all heading eventually. But yeah, I think definitely something that would all take some time, and I think predictive analytics is far-fetched at this point in time from my perspective.
Back to the question of being more, people have to discussion on the question of more, but the and the practitioners and now the stuff of generative AI, which goes to something that happened. Right? So now the AI practices the age of AI and then we will be a super AI age, right? Where communicators will be ruling the world. So in that scenario, how you see the transformation of technology, right? And how you try to map it with human perception and human beliefs into the system.
In one of the similar conversations last weekend, I was asked this question that is it possible that a Terminator kind of a scenario is around the corner? I don't have an answer, but I keep thinking that when you think of tech, especially tech, the future is very uncertain. And this is what I'm going to say next. The future possibly is not an extension of the present. It's a pivot. Because 10 years back, a lot of us didn't anticipate that the things that we do today would be possible. Right? So I go back to Star Wars, I go back to Star Trek, and all of that. Whatever you see in the movies is coming back. So maybe there is a scenario coming forward which is going to be a very intelligent being. By the way, I'm sure you've heard of these bots that are getting created, which are like, robots, and they act like humans. So 10 years I was in Dubai and I saw some of those, and they're amazing. But then you do get scared. Now, the big question that you've raised is again on the lines of ethics, to say that, is there a human intervention required for some of this? A year back, I would say yes. Today, I don't. I'll tell you why. A year back, I would go to conferences and I would narrate an example. I'm going to narrate it right now. That in 2017, there's a very large organization, I'm not going to name it because you're getting recorded. They launched a chatbot called Thinking About You. Now you can Google and ask ChatGPT, which is that organization. Thinking About You. It was a company-wide chatbot. In 24 hours, they had to shut it down. The reason they had to shut it down is because it started addressing people with racial abuses. Yeah? Hey Vikas, XYZ. How did it happen? Because this bot was learning racial abuses from other users who were actually using a lot of profanity on the chatbot. This is the unsupervised version. But I think from that time, a lot of this has been sorted. In the sense today, most of these tools do not need supervision, right? And then in the opening statement, again, Dia and her colleague, they mentioned that, empathy and human intervention is going to be extremely important. Yes. But I think the degree of that importance is decreasing. Right? And this is a very controversial thing that I'm saying, that possibly going forward, your tech will not need too much of a human intervention. A tech will be able to show empathy. You may not want to receive it. That's a different thing, that you still want a human to kind of come interact with you. But mark my words, few years down the line, you'll see solutions in place which are as empathetic as you are, which are as humorous as you are. So all those movie things, they are going to go live. There is no escaping it.
Okay. So taking into consideration so there are a lot of issues regarding the ethical use of AI, right? And even if you see companies like Fireflies, right, which are being able to generate images without the racial ban. So I agree with your point that but the ethical concern is a big issue nowadays. So how do you think that the organization should address this ethical issues from a human perspective or from a non-biased perspective?
I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of regulation. And please feel free to add on. I think so. The reason I say this is to build excitement. And the thing with me is, Vidushi's seen that I exaggerate a bit just to get your attention. But I think you have to know that there's going to be a regulation of sorts to say that how far can you take this, right? Because if you leave the tech go free flowing, where anything can happen. So you will have compliances, you will have certain regulations saying that these things cannot be allowed to be done. Just like we did with cloning, right? There is an ethical side to cloning. You're not letting it go free flow. You're not just allowed to clone anybody. So those regulations are going to definitely come. So you will have that control there. So yeah, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that there is so much data we are consuming. What are we actually doing? I was discussing this with us, that what are we doing about these data? In earlier days, maybe 20 years down the line, as we're talking about recruitment today, 20 years down the line, we would be having your resumes, everybody's resumes in the words of HR manager, and then they would find it out. Today, your data is there with me on the cloud. I can use it, every team member of mine can use it, and it's on the cloud, so maybe somebody can hack it. Right? So it's not just your resume. I also have your photographs, I also have your Aadhaar card, PAN card, HLC, everything. Your educational documents, everything with me. So how much of our time and energy are we investing in, understanding how much time should I keep this data of yours with me? As an HR, you have submitted all your documents to me on my, PeopleStorm platform or Darwin Box, XYZ platforms. So how much time should I keep your data? How do I destroy these data of yours? These are important data. What do I do about it? So data privacy, IT security is, I think, rather more important than understanding what AI will do. I mean, how much will it help us? It's very important to understand what are we doing about these data. So this is one of the concern points right now, and we need to build upon this.
So when it comes to the practice of question of diversity to data because that's the data that we are doing. So sometimes. So from an organization perspective, how fast we should come to these kind of regulations so that the practices can be simulated right across verticals.
I think so from an organizational perspective, when you look at this, the first thing they do is build some process compliance around it before, let's say, a product goes live. Something is launched as a new tool technology into the organization. Like I was talking about Copilot, being accessible to the employees. There are governance, there is policy, there are processes around it, and it becomes very important for any individual to follow, because then there is always this aspect of data leakage, something important, confidential to the organization going out on various platforms, etc. Right? So that governance piece of it, compliance, etc., process policies are of utmost importance when it comes to an organization, and that's the first thing an organization would do before you go live with any new technology or a tool, for that matter. Very clearly, you have to train and let your employees understand the importance of it, and then govern by their own, and that's where we are.
Yeah, I just wanting to comment on your question on the EU side of it. I mean, if you look at GDPR technically doesn't restrict you from consuming data in any which ways you want, as long as the employee gives you a consent, right? If there is a consent and I'm letting the organization consume my data to drive certain analytics, it's fine. In 2016 or 17, I think in one of my organizations, I experimented with this IoT, which was like a device, which you would wear. It would measure your heartbeats and things. This is like Apple Watch, okay? But it was throwing up data to me to say that which employee in this organization is currently sitting free, right? Or what times of the day is the employee most productive, and which meetings is the employee not really happy in? Most of those used to be with the managers. So, or performance review conversations. But then somebody came up to me and said, Vikas, you can't consume this data. You're not allowed to, because you haven't taken consent. So anybody can get up and challenge them. You reading my heartbeats, you reading my emotions, you're not allowed to. But then comes the whole Apple Watch era. You're giving this data out like crazy to not just Apple, I don't know how many other people. I'm sure you've noticed this, right? So if I'm talking Apple Watch right now, I think in the next 15 minutes when I open up my Insta, it's going to be throwing up a lot of Apple Watch feeds, right? So there is data being consumed, but somewhere I have actually given a consent, because when I installed the Apple piece, somewhere I gave it a consent. So if I'm giving a consent, please go ahead and consume as much as you want to. So again, I go back to what you had asked earlier to say that where are we headed? Okay, today we do get on the backside of compliance and say that because of compliance, this is not allowed. I don't think that's going to happen, because when I set up my work council's dossier for EU 2 years back, they were very stringent on what tools are you going to use, where is the data sitting. Today, when I go and talk to them, they're very easy. So, okay, do you have security protocols in place? Great, go ahead. So I think times are changing faster than we are getting ready. And that's what you said, that 95% of the people possibly today don't even use or know how to use. In one of the conferences, again, somebody came to the stage, a very senior leader in an AI-based conference. The first line that the gentleman says is, see, I am not a techie. I don't use too much of data analytics, but it's very important. I think those days are gone. You cannot have that statement irrespective of your, I'm sorry, I'm stereotyping generation, whether you're boomer, millennial, Z, and of course alphas, you have to be on the right side of tech. Okay? You cannot stay away from it. And compliance, no compliance doesn't matter.
Good. So since you spoke about this development sense as well as the interest, so the entire industry 4.0 was driven by this kind of technology. Now people have started talking society 5.0, industry 4.0. So what do you comment on that?
I mean, see, we in HR and marketing have a addiction with hashtags, because marketers make a lot of money and HR people get a thing to talk about, hashtag moonlighting, hashtag silent quitting, hashtag remote working, and of course industry 1, 2, 3, 4. Who actually designed this industry 1, 2, 3, 4? I think that versioning is over, okay? But my take is very simple. As I said right up front, industry 5.0 or 6.0, the future is very unpredictable. I do not know, next year I might be sitting here or may not be sitting here. Maybe there's something else that's going to be sitting which is going to represent me.
But because our avatars would be sitting
here. Yeah, or avatars would be sitting. See, a lot of industries have started, Cisco and the others have started experimenting and doing POCs on this. So, but the ways of working are going to change. Now we're talking 30,000 feet in the air. Okay, now let's get down to you all. I think your life is going to get impacted. Okay, because we guys are, I know about you all, but I am like almost ready for retirement. So, okay, I can manage it, but you guys have to get into the thick of it. Okay, for you guys, it is a very clear distinction that you have to make today. Which side are you on? The consumer side, the building side. The building side, okay, please go and understand how are neural networks working? How is machine learning really coming in action? How is analytics very different? Why are data lakes not needed anymore because of LLMs? Okay, these are very important conversations. And if you're on the consumer side, please go crazy on exploring no-code, low-code platforms, because these are going to be your day-to-day. Okay, going forward, any progressive organization that you join, you will face this. So there's this one girl. Am I hogging too much time from the panel? Please stop. So there's this girl who's joined my team. Okay, she's about 25 years, and since we're recording, her name is Aishwarya Kapoor. Amazing girl. L&D people, learning and development people, you will laugh about this. We enjoy doing things like learning curation. That so-and-so employee, these are the 4 trainings that you should go to. It's like a day job. She said, what are you guys doing? She started asking questions to ChatGPT, saying that this is the role, what are the key skills? The product tells you which are the key skills. And she says, no, go deeper. The tool goes deeper. Okay, give me descriptions of each of these skills. The tool gives you the description of each of these skills. Tool will ChatGPT 4. And then it says, okay, which is the right learning program and sitting on what platform for this particular skill? And ChatGPT throws up Udemy, Coursera, YouTube, Instagram, all the links. And then she asks, what is the relevance percentage? 80% here, 60% here. What is missing? She creates a complete path of a learning curriculum and a learning pathway. She even asks ChatGPT this question, is e-learning enough for this skill or should something more be done? ChatGPT does not put the person into mentoring, put the person into coaching, put the person into staging. How many hours? 20 hours. But everything is being done by the tool. Why do I need? And she doesn't have an L&D background, by the way. And then I went and took that whole thing for one role to the L&D administrator. Who do you speak to? Levi or PwC? I said, no. This 25-year-old girl, she picked it up from ChatGPT and tell me if it is wrong. He went through it for 15 minutes and said, beautiful, can I learn how to do it? So that's what I'm trying to say. Your day-to-day is going to change tremendously. If you're not, I don't know if you're allowed to say this. So my daughter, yeah, let me make it less controversial. So she studies in the institute and she presents her assignments using GPT. Right? So early days, I used to be like, what the hell are you doing? This is near to plagiarism. No, I've done my own contextualization to it. 60% I get from GPT, the rest is my hand. Fact is, we all know that a lot of us actually pick up our assignments from our seniors. There are even people who make money out of it. Yeah, there are people who make assignments and all of that. And they do it professionally, all right? And I said, it's better to use a GPT, contextualize it to about 40%, understand the whole thing, and then present it to the teacher. The good thing is the institute is fine with it. And they say about 30 to 40% of usage of GPT is allowed. You know, but as long as you know how to use it, I know a lot of people heads are shaking, what is he saying and all of that. Trust me, it's a tsunami that's coming your way. Why do you need to waste time doing repetitive things? All right, and no GPT will give you 100% correct assignment. You still have to contextualize it. And then institutes have to get smarter to say, okay, we have tools available to check plagiarism. That to what extent have you plagiarized and what have you plagiarized? If your core thought has been plagiarized, wrong. But if some rudimentary stuff, like, okay, I've done the whole thing, I need an executive summary, give it to GPT. Let it summarize for you. We all use meta any which ways. But some of this is still not accurate, by the way. I don't know if you followed that meme on strawberry. What are you guys doing? Ask your meta how many R's are there in strawberry. You don't know this joke. Okay, it gives you a wrong answer. It can't even read how many R's are there in the word strawberry. Try it right now if you want. Okay, and that's a full meme that's going on Insta. So why does it go wrong? You can ask the questions to the same meta. Why did you get it wrong? It will give you an exact answer. Then why did I get it wrong? So that's what I'm saying. So some bit of it is not 100% there, but it's improving very, very fast.
Yeah. So taking your views, right? Students are is repeating subject to the question that they also use the plagiarism tool. So the second one is not done.
It's not only you who are using ChatGPT. We in our industry, we are also using it. So, people are not putting so much of their brain time in writing emails. Just give it to ChatGPT, ऐसा है, create a new mail. That's it. So people are using it. Yeah.
So, coming back to a lot of discussion on the tech side of it. So whenever this emerging technology and market and development practices, right? So obviously you see a term nowadays human-centric AI, right? What is your say on that?
Human-centric AI. Lot of aspects when it comes to human-centric AI, and then how AI is utilized in the HR practices today when you look back, right? Starting from recruiting that we were discussing, and colleagues talked about. I think when they started, I was like, we are done with the discussion, right? They've covered everything that is done in recruiting, when through AI, let's say for that matter. So when you talk about human-centric AI, primarily. How AI is impacting each one of us is what it is eventually. As I said, I mean, in HR practices in particular, in an organization today, starting from recruiting, going into policy making processes, data analytics is what we touched upon, and then thereon, the entire life cycle of an employee can be actually managed through this element of AI. We spoke about chatbots. There are a lot of these organizations which have chatbots live for their employees. You need like a pay slip of yours, and it will give it to you in a minute or so. Some policy you want to refer to, that can easily be done. Mental wellness, is another aspect which is today managed through some of these chatbots. You can go talk to the chatbot, get possibly some answers or responses to certain questions which you don't want to go and talk about with anyone. You might have that sense in you that somebody might laugh at you, somebody might not take you seriously, or something that you don't want to reveal. And then today you can do it through some of these bots and interact and then figure out what is the right way forward. I mean, I was seeing one of the Insta reels recently. I mean, and it talks about basis your interactions that you have done until now. Let's say with something like Chat GPT, you put in a command and it will tell you what kind of a personality you are. From their perspective, and who you are for that matter. At the end of the day, what you do professionally and stuff. So yeah, that's where we are.
That's a very good one that you bring up, and that's what I was trying to say. That if you're using, I don't know how many of you are using the paid version of GPT-4 or Gemini or whatever you upload all your content there, your work, your PPTs, and interact with that GPT for a while. With the prompts that you're generating or asking, or with the content that you upload, it will be able to recommend to you that which is the right career for you. And these are very intelligent use cases that you should be exploring, because that's what our life is right now. Because we are doing this on a daily basis, we're the ones who got warmed up to this. So that's a very interesting one that you bring up, because that's your use case. See, look at what's happening in the industry at this point in time. I think I'm more concerned about what are you doing about it. All right. So if you want to really build a career, any career, whether it's finance, it's marketing is massively disrupted by these tools. I know of a tool which you just feed in your problem statement, it creates a campaign, a full-fledged campaign, for which you would usually go to an agency or to a big marketing person and say that build a campaign. It just does it, and now you have to just contextualize, do a little bit of massaging here and there with your intelligence. So a lot of this is your use cases, guys. So it's important. What reels are you following? I have ADHD. Clearly, I can't do more than a few minutes of listening. So I go to Insta. I see so much content is there, which tells you in 30 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, what is artificial intelligence, what is data science, what are neural networks. That's how I learn. You find your learning, methodology, and you start building this up.
Yeah. So what was from the world is the mindset, right? You just imagine that approach. So from an organizational perspective, we have to listen. But whenever this wide strategy to execution comes to us as well, always these HR people speak of strong management, right? So what is it all about for us to understand this?
So when we talk about change management, the first thing, the first word is change. You need to change your perspective. You need to change your mindset. You need to understand why we need the change. Even if, when the MD of the organization talks aloud and say like, we want to bring this platform or we want to do something, why? And why is it needed at this point in time? So very important for us to be prepared to answer such questions, why it is needed. For example, when we had brought in people from in our organization, why this platform is needed. Why do we need this platform? How much will this platform actually help us? So today in Tata Matre, what we are also doing is that we are also creating our own, like you said, chatbots, both for L&D and all the policies. So the HR today will not do that mundane job of telling you कि भैया तुम्हारे कैजुअल लीव के साथ मोडलिंग जॉब नहीं होगा, right? So you sitting at your desk, if you want, you can ask the chatbot and then they'll reply you on your mobiles, right? So you don't need to those policies, you don't need to go and ask all these questions to your HR, and HR is not going to do such mundane jobs. Again, on L&D perspective, we have also created chatbots wherein you can also let them. We are currently developing our own. So what we are doing is that we want them to revert back to each of the employee, understanding what is their current skill set and what are the skill set needed by them, for future use. So this is what we are working on currently. So from organization's perspective, your employees or your clients and customer understand why this change is needed, why we want to bring in certain AI platforms, AI-enabled platforms, I would say, or why such training for your skills to such things are needed. So as Vikas also said that you need to explore. Even on your Instagram, through your you can talk to all these professors and then understand why this is needed. What are the things you need to learn? Today in one of the most important, aspect which you need to learn. So for that you need to work on it.
So that is just the same question as another from what for AI you will do information what you will also speaking changes from what she was trying to do. So these things but
I think, see, I mean, if you don't adapt to what is around you, you will be left behind to an extent, right? I mean, like for example, technology in recruiting today is a buzz. Now, if I as a recruitment leader don't go ahead and somewhere integrate and do something about it at an organizational level, we will not be able to hire right good quality talent, for example, right? So we will be left behind. I mean, in the race. So yeah, change management is equally important. I think when it comes to AI, there's always this perception that it will take away jobs, etc. and stuff. I don't think that's the idea. I think it's more about how effectively you can use it to do your routine task, mundane task, and be more strategic in your respective roles thereon. So yeah, I think that's where it is. Yeah, from my perspective.
so all of you agree we have just 15 minutes left for the panel. So let us open for the students to ask. Feel free to ask further, but faculty as well. So we open to questions. Yeah. And as the panel already mentioned, they would like to hear non-planted questions.
Yeah, the authentic ones, not the ones that somebody gave you to ask.
Yes, good afternoon, panelists. So, as we had a very good discussion on moving rapidly towards adapting Industry 5.0, and especially I believe that in our generation, we are continuously moving, especially when we're talking about subjects with SIR and other faculties as well. We are moving towards it. So, what will be the positive impact of it in the coming future? Like, how can we learn more from it and adapt the good parts of it rather than the negative side?
Well, I think you answered. Sorry, I didn't understand the question. Planted ones, I don't.
Sorry, can you switch the mic?
Is your question to say that how do you learn and get ready for?
So basically, I'm saying what is the more positive impact of it in the coming future?
Impact of what?
AI and industry 5.0.
It makes your job easier. Yeah. I mean that's what I think we've just been saying exactly that from the beginning. That with AI, your routine tasks they go away. Your time, which used to be wasted on a lot of transactional stuff, goes away. You are able to take decisions which are not just basis gut. And by the way, HR is all about gut. Huh? We do a lot of gut-based decisions. By the end of this panel, I think you went through it. We had say that, yeah, kya bol ke gaye? But let's face it, it's a reality. So a lot of our decisions that we take, which are on people, will be a combination of data and our gut, not just gut. Also, learning is becoming extremely easy. Compared to our times, when I started my career, I think way back in 96, 97, and of course, Karabi and I have worked together, we all know. There was time when Google was not a thing, yeah. We had to go to places, ask somebody, go read books. I think from there today, the way you are able to, the knowledge is everywhere. Okay, so a lot of these are the positive impacts of tech actually. I wouldn't say AI, just tech. Okay, but are you ready for it is a big question. And that's why I'm saying authentic questions, please. I think you guys should be asking questions about you. That, what should I do differently, or am I on the right path, rather than asking where's the industry going? Industry, where are you headed? Because industry is still, early days, 97, we used to say, oh, it's a VUCA world. Then somebody got up and said, oh, VUCA bada boring ho gaya. It's a Bani world now. Right? Tomato. It's the same thing. Nothing is going to change. Everything will be volatile forever. There'll be some wars, there'll be some depression somewhere. So forget all that. Those are macro pieces which you can, right now, please use our time for you as the individual. Yeah. Sorry, I've snubbed your question, but. Okay.
Good afternoon. So I have a question. As we all know that there are companies who use bots or in that case automated systems to do the initial screening process for the series and everything. So what are your thoughts on that? And a supporting question, if that is the future, then how do these students refine our CVs in order to pass through the screening process? It's an open question, so
Interesting one. So I'll start with something that happened real time. And I've experienced it. I know in the college you are typically given a format of resume that you should fill up, and the organizations are coming in, etc. It happened in natural recruiting. Two different people, they don't know each other, identical resumes. Only the names are replaced with the phone numbers and their personal details, whatever it is, right? The first time it happened, we thought both of them might be friends. They copied their resumes and must have just replaced names and personal details and stuff. And then we get to know they're from different cities. And they have never interacted with either of them and don't even know themselves, each other. So that's where it is. That's what is so-called AI based resume. To go through the screening process if it's a AI based screening. So see, just to possibly help you understand, when you talk about AI based screening, the organization is not relying on AI based screening completely, right? What is AI doing for us? It is making the process faster. I think that's what I mentioned about as well at the start. That's what it's doing to the recruiting process as well. So typically, if I have, let's say, 100 applications coming in for a particular role that I've opened, AI will classify, those resumes into, let's say, categories. Maybe let's say 3 categories, A, B, and C, for example. And it will tell you possibly basis your job description, data parsing, of the resume. These are the 20 CVs out of 100 which are in the category A, the best fit. Okay, and then maybe another 30 and another 40 or whatever that number may be. So it will classify it, and then what a recruiter would do possibly is to first go to the A category resumes and try seeing if I can get somebody, who's the right candidate, and then eventually look at maybe a B or a C also if needed, right? So it's always about skill. It's always about what you bring on table, not the resume really. See, at some point in time, your resume might say 10 things that you do, and you can pass through the screening. But eventually, when an individual is interviewing you, when they go in depth, they get technical about the domain or the whatever education background that you come from. कहते हैं ना दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाता है. So that's how simple it is actually. So it's not only about the screening process really. You have to look at it as a 360 recruiting process eventually.
Yeah, I think that you know about that example, right? Where the CTO of a company, for a certain role in his own organization, he published, or he rather fed through the ATS as a candidate a CV of his own with a name change, and he was rejected. And of course, he ended up firing the recruitment team and all. Whatever. But I tell you what is the right solution for this, and this is a practice now. There's nothing illegal or unethical about it. There are 2 kinds of CVs that all students are making, or all candidates are making. One is an ATS friendly CV, which does not have formatting as the thing that you need to focus on. So you have to have 2 CVs. One is an ATS friendly CV, and by the way, there are tools which will convert your other CV to an ATS friendly CV. So when you apply for an online job and you see, okay, this person is using not just Google Forms but some kind of an ATS, the CV to upload is not your regular CV, it is the ATS friendly CV. It's a regular practice, nothing wrong with it. And then there's your other CV which has formatting and this and that, whatever you thought, which is the CV that the recruiter would use to talk, right? So please make 2 CVs. This is how you have to go forward.
And just to take it to the next level, really, I mean, when I look back today, being in recruiting, CV is a old-fashioned thing. Okay, make a very strong LinkedIn profile. I think that's what becomes a very important element from an organizational perspective. The first thing a recruiter would do is go to your LinkedIn profile, look up, who you are, what you are. So having a powerful LinkedIn profile is a key.
But do you use for freshers also?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
In my view, I mean, I've looked at LinkedIn profiles for as in freshers, like people who are right off campus. Yeah. There's not much to distinguish except for the presentation.
That's right. Absolutely.
Right. So I mean, I don't really know what to look at LinkedIn, but the good thing that you brought up is that even LinkedIn now converts your LinkedIn profile language to a more atheist friendly language. The AI supposed to charge money for it, but it's there. Yeah, but it's a good one that.
Good afternoon, sir. Actually, my question was from Mr. Vikas. You said about how in the future AI will be able to give us empathy. So AI will slowly turn into the human feelings that we talk about. But sometimes when we talk about even empathy, it's not just about the words that have been given to the other human. It's about even the voice modulation, even the way I speak or the way I tell the human is how they react. So do you actually think that in the future it can completely, like 100% can replace the human?
Yes. I'll tell you the examples that you use are actually live today. Your question is relevant, by the way. Sorry, I was just trying to make people laugh. Okay. The answer is not just a simple yes. You said that can the tool learn tones? That you do even today. We don't make audio visuals anymore. I don't. Audio visuals like these videos that you run, there are tools that make it, and you can change, modulate the tonality, voice, a sentence you write, and you say that this is where I want you to be humorous. So all of that is any which way is life today. Empathy is much more deeper. You're right. When you said that, does empathy mean only modulation? No. Empathy means like learning by the situation. That basis a certain response, what do I need to, reply? Now, if you go back to the fundamentals of machine learning, that's exactly what it is. It learns. On the day zero of a launch, it may not be empathetic. But then that's why I'm trying to say that it's been a few years or a decade almost since there are these ML models which are learning. So in 10 years, they have seen so much of data, to say that if this is the situation, this is how the human is reacting. Can I not react exactly like that? So again, it's a controversial subject. I mean, I know why you picked it up. There are two schools of thought. People are saying that no, it will never happen. Some people like me are saying, oh, get ready. So, but I just go back to movies. Everything that you start, a lot of things that you've seen in movies have come true, right? Star Wars, Star Trek, there's that. They're already working on teleportation and things like that. So if that be the logic, then guys, when I don't know, I think it's possible. Technically, it's possible. Time taken will depend on computing power. If you read up things on quantum computing, not quantum physics, quantum computing, just Google it or ask for Meta. See the kind of computing power that we are generating. We're basically creating replicas of brain. Our brain is a very powerful computing engine. So if you're able to do that, then why not? Why not? You're getting the point. So but if you remember what I said that time, whether you as a user or as a receiver, are you ready to receive that kind of input from a bot or an avatar or a robot? That's the big question. Because that's what, we referred to when we said that how is change happening? Some people are ready, some people are going to say, get lost. Imagine you go to a store and there's a bot, what size would you like to wear? I know, I would get scared, I would say, get out, I'll do it myself. So those are the things. How are we ready? I think tech will get ready very, very soon.
We were not ready for an Alexa, Google, or Siri. So today, they are also replying like human. Like if you, for example, every day I tell my Siri that, hey Siri, I love you. And then it reverts back to me saying, I'm grateful, I too love you. So, reverting back to me that way.
Malvika, you need company. You need
it's that, I just want to see what more, what better it is doing every day. So it's like, the machine is also learning, its neurons are also getting connected. So you throw, such human kind of questions to them and they will get back to you.
Absolutely. A lot of people do that. I also fool around with.
That's the best pastime.
I love you too is very.
That's the best pastime. Machine is actually learning. Maybe 10 years down the line, it will also understand your emotions and then will be accordingly.
For some constraint of time and some schedules, we have to stop the discussion right at 1. Right, so we will end the panel and thank all the panelists for their time and insightful discussion we had today. Right, I hope that this will help you initially, but if they allow that, we can get in touch with them via LinkedIn, right? And ask all of your questions and also interact outside the floor as well to know as much as you can and explore the time in the most judicious way. Thank you all and thank you the panelists for this wonderful session.
Thank you so much. We definitely now understand the difference between the automation, generative AI, and the panel just beautifully navigated through entire paradigms, covering every way possible. We also covered Marvel's Avengers, and we also covered how HR policies will align to it. So thank you so much. As we move towards the end of the session, we would like to extend a heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Vikas Maheshwari, Ms. Malika Chakraborty, Mr. Rakesh Alman for generously sparing their valuable time from their undoubtedly busy schedules. We would also like to thank Dr. Rohan Mukherjee sir for moderating the entire session. Now, we would like to request Dr. Rohan Mukherjee to present token for the solution to our panelists. So, ma'am, please join for a group photo. Please. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Thank you so much, everyone. We hope you have a wonderful session. We will now break for lunch in the second floor foyer. Students can go to the hostel mess and come back at 1:30 p.m. from first floor, entry gate.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Students, please wait. Guys, we have a lunch break till 1:30. All of you are needed here by 1:30 sharp. Attendance will be taken. One from first floor. Attendance will be taken sharp at 1:30. Quiet.
वही कर रही हूँ। All the best.
Yes, given the option. What doesn't want to go, then why not? Let us go. Let us go. Yeah, you can talk to me. Meanwhile, you can have your lunch and talk to me.
हेलो दीपा, आओगी क्या वापस?
हाँ इधर से है सर देखिए हाँ
चलो वेदिका चलो
का जो क्वेश्चन सेट किया उसको ये भी ऑन है Planted question नीचे Guys, you can go for lunch and talk. Next panel question on those two people, Divya and Devashi, I don't know about Please join us on the stage. Kindly join us on the stage. This is a very right? But at least first time we work, second time we work with people. This is इतनी बार मुझको बोलना पड़ेगा प्लीज जाओ वो तक नहीं आएंगे वो प्लीज देन वेलकम टू आई माय कोलकाता सर हैंडशेक करो कीप द क्लास स्माइल कीप द फोटो মানে আমার বন্ধুরা যে ডিজাইন চালাবে কথাটা सिंपल स्टेप नहीं समझना नेक्स्ट टाइम फोटो क्लास दे कोई भी हो पूरे दे दी हो क्या आप चला हमारा कैमरा कैमरा अरे एक बार पहले मैंने तुम ही लोग ना ना पहली हमारा लास्ट ईयर भी हुआ था ऐसा कुछ तो हमने आने से बोल मैम बात करके इस कवर प्रोजेक्ट ऑन दिसंबर बोल दिया दिसंबर में डेमो स्टार्ट आई वांट हम लोग सब कुछ हम लोग के पास क्या हुआ हम लोग के पास नहीं हुआ एंड डेली डांस और वो भी आ रहे वो आए तो लोग ये बोल तो गाइस हो नहीं रहा है सुनाना पड़ेगा you have to have the good हम लोग मेरे लिए क्या है ना तो we do not want to hear ये सब बात पीछे वो कैसे बात करता है और एक दिन तक पहले स्टैंडी चेंज करो वो वाला नोटिफिकेशन लाइट स्टैंडी अभी स्टैंडी लगा दो ये 125 का 5 श्रेया जैसे कि तो पहले अभी पोस्ट कर रहे हम लोग को आने वाले सिलेबस पोस्ट हुआ है कंप्लीट से जाते हैं थर्ड टाइम कौन होस्ट कर रहा है थर्ड इसके साथ है स्पीकर के साथ है मैंने उधर से कन्वर्सेशन ऐसे उधर की उधर ना होके मना मत करते जीके से तो उधर कन्वर्सेशन ना प्रोफेसर do not go inside will be with a light person around चले फोटो शॉट दो अरे वो बस बात हुआ पैनल बनना सारा कुछ ये जाएगा पैरेंट्स मतलब दोस्त की कर सकते
भाई तो हम लोग सब लोग एक साथ ही लंच करेंगे थोड़ा स्प्रेड हो जाएगा
सबका फाइनल का वो है कि कितना लेवल और यार 6 क्लास है तो पूरा वो फाइनल का सॉल्व
Guys, call your friends, please.
We'll start with the attendance in next 2 minutes.
We'll start with the attendance in next 2 minutes. Please call your friends.
पेन चाहिए?
हाँ.
इसको पीछे से आगे बुलाओ पहले. अच्छा, इस बार फोन रखेगा. भी आप एक कर दो ना. मैंने ऑलरेडी कर दिया. जो अभी नए नए लोग हैं ना शेयर का जो तुम्हारा स्पीच है ना आराम से चलेगा. देखिएगा ना तुमको 3-4 लोग उनमें से 2 लोग भेजेगा. ठीक है. 4 जन चाहिए. 4 जन आपको बुक करवा दीजिए. हम सब आ जाएंगे. ठीक है. एक और बात, तो सबसे पहले वो करो. वो भी मैसेज करूँ. बोल दिए. वो वाला रिपोर्टर इनको तो जितने बैच हो गए मैंने तो देखो दिया वो वापस पड़ जाएगा. और मुझे सोचना नाम क्यों है जल्दी कराएंगे ना. आज इसके बाद कुछ नहीं है. मैं तो कहूँगी हाँ खत्म करो उसके बाद. उसका नाम क्या है? गौरव. क्या? नहीं तो जा रहा. बोलो.
गौरव रात नीचे आ जाओ.
पढ़ना ठीक है. अटेंडेंस शुरू कर दो. अटेंडेंस शीट नहीं उसको मैं जेपीसी को बुला रही हूँ. जेपीसी नहीं आगे बैठो. यहाँ पे एक माइक का है लेकिन
Kitty. नहीं 1.5 से स्टार्ट होगा चलो
Everyone had their lunch. Now I don't want anyone to sleep and neither use their mobile phones. You won't be getting the attendance if you're using your mobile phones.
अच्छा कौन कब आएगा लाल में क्या कर रही है
क्लास
आज है वहाँ पे मुझे फर्स्ट में अपना मुझे खाने का स्टार्टिंग में मुझे
What is good afternoon to all?
It is a great
डेप्यूटी को बुलाने को बोलो ना दिया को
बुला रही
Please good afternoon to all.
ले लेता अच्छा
श्रुति श्रुति नाम ना
श्रुति ये तो बनना Thank you. So now we will use
हाँ देख ली क्या शाइन कर रहा है expertise Bocadia Bocadian Bocadia
श्रुति तो है ही नहीं, जो सामने देखा उसको बोलो। तुमको जो सामने दिखाई नहीं हम लोग
किया नहीं है
जो भी रहेगा यहाँ पे तीनों को खड़ा करो।
Heartiest good afternoon to all of you present here. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I, Kumar Utkarsh, along with my co-host Vidushi Kejriwal, stand before you today to welcome you all to the third panel discussion. The topic for this panel discussion is Engage, Inspire, Hire, the power of social media in employer branding. Companies are leveraging platforms like LinkedIn and Instagram to showcase their culture and values through an authentic employer value proposition. By emphasizing innovation, diversity, work-life balance, and social impact alongside engaging contents like employee stories and behind-the-scene glimpses. They resonate with Gen Z's desire for transparency and alignment with their principles. Our esteemed lineup of speakers, hailing from diverse backgrounds and industries, will provide you with a wealth of wisdom and expertise to fuel your own journeys. Today, amongst us, we have Mr. Debashish Ghosh, Senior Vice President and Country HR Head of Bacteria, Mr. Varghese Chakramoorthy, Chief Human Resource Officer and Vice President at FNF India, Ms. Divya Sonali Mins, Director HR at Avnet, as our esteemed panelists. To steer today's discussion, we are honored to have our moderator, Dr. Rituparna Basu, Professor of Marketing at IMI Kolkata. Now, I would like to request our panelists and moderator, Dr. Basu, to join us on the dais and take their respective seats. This one. Thank you. Bye.
It is our great pleasure to introduce our guest speakers for the panel. First, we have Mr. Debashish Ghosh. He is an accomplished HR professional with over 20 years of experience leading HR functions in both global and Indian multinational corporations. Currently at Bacteria, he oversees strategic HR initiatives and talent management. Mr. Ghosh has been recognized as one of India's top HR leaders, including being named among India's 50 best HR leaders in 2021 by Forbes India, and one of the top 10 most promising HR leaders in 2020 by Silicon India. An executive alumni of IIM Kolkata and a certified HR professional from XLI Jamshedpur, Sir brings a strong academic foundation to his work. He is deeply passionate about industry-academia collaboration. He actively inspires and guides students and professionals in HR and talent development, bridging the gap between academic learning and corporate practices. We request Kirti Sumani to welcome Sir with a bouquet of flowers.
Now, we would like to introduce Mr. Varghese Chakraborty, CHRO and VP at Fidelity National Financial India. Sir has over 20 years of experience in leadership development, organizational growth, and HR management. Known for driving meaningful change, he has developed training and mentoring platforms to engage employee engagement and foster a public-centric culture. Previously, he had held key roles at RRD Global Outsourcing Solutions and FNF India, leading impactful initiatives in learning, development, and CSR. Beyond his corporate career, Mr. Varghese is dedicated to peace building and conflict resolution. As the founder of the Daya Center for Peace, he has held workshops on leadership, non-violence, and conflict transformation, making a significant impact globally. We request Vidushi Poddar to welcome Sir with a bouquet of flowers.
Next, we have Ms. Divya Sonali, a seasoned HR leader with over 20 years of experience in HR strategy, talent and change management, learning and development, and organizational development. She has successfully aligned people processes with business goals to build high-performing teams and led initiatives in leadership development, employee engagement, and project management. Certified as a professional behavioral analyst and a trained in People CMM, Six Sigma, and project management. Ma'am brings a structured approach to HR transformation. With expertise in fostering team alignment and driving innovation, she is recognized for delivering impactful and sustainable results across industries. We request Dia to welcome Ma'am with a bouquet of flowers.
It is an honor to introduce our esteemed moderator, Dr. Rituparna Basu, a distinguished academic and a beacon of excellence in the field of marketing and management education. Dr. Basu is an award-winning case writer and professor of marketing at IIM Kolkata, celebrated for her expertise in brand strategy, retail marketing, advertising, and sales. Her exemplary academic journey is highlighted by a PhD in management marketing from the prestigious IIT Kharagpur, where she owned her analytical and research acumen. Recognized among the top 100 mentors for the Atal Entrepreneur Program, she has inspired countless young minds to think creatively and embrace a problem-solving mindset. We request Shruti to welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers. As we progress with the event, I now have the privilege of inviting Dr. Basu to take over the stage and expertly moderate the panel discussion. The session will conclude with a dedicated Q&A session to address your queries and insights. Ma'am, over to you.
Yeah. So thank you, Utkarsh and Vidushi for such a warm
welcome and warm introduction to the panelists. And I'm sure after lunch you must be feeling a little drowsy, and we promise not to make you feel drowsy and to wake you up with some deep insights. Now, before we start, I must acknowledge the deep understanding of the organizing committee to have thought of putting 3 seasoned HR practitioners, professionals who are widely acclaimed in their field of work, along with a professor of branding to address a topic which is absolutely at the cusp of 2 very important functions of business, which is marketing and HR. All right. So we have in our classes we have been talking about how each and every function of business has to work cross-functionally, and this topic that they have thought about is a fine example of that. The topic is Engage, Inspire, Hire, the power of social media and employer branding. So we are here to talk about employer branding, and we are here to talk about social media, which all of you, why are you looking so down? We're talking social media, you should wake up, right? We are here with experts who have been there, done that. So feel free to express yourself. We will reserve the last 15 minutes of this panel discussion for questions from your end. And we have pledged to make it as conversational as possible. All right. So just to give a very brief introduction or a brief footing of the kind of discussion that we are heading at, with respect to this topic, I would like to point out that, on my way back from office last evening, I was just having a very casual search on internet for some data points, and there were many data points, and 4 of them really caught my attention. I'll actually spell it out for you. 1, I don't know the authenticity of these data points. I also use ChatGPT like you guys do. When I don't have time, I'm managing from one class to another, one session to another, one panel discussion to another meeting. So I also did a small ChatGPT, and I got 4 very interesting, actually many interesting data points, 4 of which I'm going to highlight. 86% of job seekers use social media in their job search. 86%. So 1 out of 10 is not using social media. Here I have experts who have the on-ground feel of what's happening. I'm going to leave it on them. The second one, 75%, that is 3 out of 4 candidates, research a company's online presence before deciding to apply. Well, I do. I'm perhaps one of those 3 out of 5, though I have not been applying to jobs for the last 12 years, but when I did, I did. At that point of time, 12 years back, internet was not that popular as a search mechanism, but still I did, right? Before I joined IMI. Third one is companies with strong employer brands will report a 50% reduction in cost per hire. So we'll find out whether it's true or not from the experts who are sitting in this panel. And these companies, which have very strong employer brands, they are 3 times more likely to attract quality talent. All right. These are extremely intriguing questions that I have been thinking over last night and this morning that I would definitely like to validate with my co-panelists who are experts in their field. And for this, I will start off with Debashish. All right. Given his expertise in handling, employer brands over the more than last decade, some questions that I have in mind are from the perspective of an employer. Is employer brand a myth or a reality? And does it really help or make the task easier for you as a hiring manager when you have a strong employer brand to be on the negotiation table? What are your feelings? What are your experiences? We would love to hear from you.
Sorry, it's good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if you're an expert or not, but we have a lot of learnings, a lot of experiences. And when you talk about social media, the social media is defined as more electronic. When you're in Facebook, you're in Insta, you are in Snapchat, and therefore social media. But the way I see it, social media always existed. It was a lot of a print. And Indian culture within social media, people talked about different extrinsic culture. Has been there all the time, right? But interestingly, we talked about employee branding and how important that is. How do you attract people to work for you? It actually started many, many years back. I don't know how many of you know about this person called Henry Shackleton. If you would find his name, and you would know his name, but he was an explorer, and he is more known because reportedly he was the first person to put up a newspaper ad to work for him. We have these ads coming up in Facebook where you go and work for a company. So he's the guy who actually put up the first ever ad to work for him. And I'll tell you what the ad is, and you decide tell me whether you would work for him if you saw that ad. I'll read it out because I would remember what he's actually doing. It says, men want it. You can it as men and women because at the time we were talking about 1912, about 100 of years back. And the job description looks as this. Men want it for hazardous journey, small wages, bitter cold, long months of complete darkness, constant danger, safe return doubtful. This was his ad. Now, why he wrote this? Because he was looking for a group of people who could travel with him in the bitter cold of the Antarctic across three years to circumvent the whole thing from one point to another. Now, obviously, when you do that, you don't have the experiences, right? Bitter cold, darkness, and whatnot. Now, looking at this, you would assume that nobody would join. No money in this kind of life, right? But actually, he had a group of 12 people, and if you look at his history, he built up a great team of 12 people who eventually helped him become successful. And the question is how he did it, because there is one thing he mentioned after writing all of this, which I think talks a lot about employer branding and the purpose you talked about. He mentioned at the end, however, what is possible is honor and success and recognition at the end of the day. So he said, despite all of this, if you return safely, if you return with life, alive, you have honor in your life. And for men, or for women, what better than honor? And looking at that ad, look at the purpose and the brand of him, actually he could build up a great team. So it doesn't exist like yesterday. I think it was there always. Social media helped us did that. Newspapers has a limitation on how much you can reach out to, but social media you can reach out to many at the same time. Is it important? Of course, it is important, right? We'll talk about the challenges now later, but I think it's important because while everything else remains very constant, when you come to think about this campus interviews, right? Generally the comp is the same, the composition is the same, the roles are similar. You don't care about the cities. What really boils down to is what will you achieve out of that particular role, and that becomes a differentiating factor. Like in this case. So all of us are trying very hard to build up a purpose for our own companies, which will make an X factor for us to do that. Is it very easy? No, it is not easy. But I think one thing that we do is that we first have to make sure, understand what our real strength is. When we are building this competency, this brand for my own company right now, which is Bulgaria, we're trying to see what really differentiates us and how do we kind of market it. I think what is differentiating us really is our culture, right? I think we have a very unique culture of excellence, unique culture of people matter, and now all of them has all companies talks about culture. How do we then make sure that people understand what a culture is? We found that the stories relate a lot with people. And if you just define culture, you won't, unless you give examples and real stories, you won't really get to understand what the real culture is and what a brand is. So we started publishing a lot of stories. I'll make it very quick and share a couple of examples which I was sharing in our company and to everybody else. Is that a couple of them comes to our mind is one during COVID. COVID happened in March 2020. All of a sudden, things world changed. Before March, the world was absolutely all right, right? Like we hire people, we also lose people to attrition. The story goes like this. What happened was in the month of February, just a month before COVID, there are a few of our employees who got placed in a different organization, who got not placed, offers from a different organization. And my company has 2 months of notice period. So their exit was happening in April. In between, COVID happened. What happened was that the company who offered them jobs, nobody pulled it back. There are about 6 of them. And imagine the situation, okay? They have mouths to feed, they have EMIs to pay, they have loans to pay. They have not had jobs here, not even in the future organization, and COVID, you know how long it will go on and how long they'll be unemployed. They were devastated, they were so upset. Now, they didn't come and tell the HR team to us directly, but we came to know through rumors and stuff like that, that these guys are really going through a bad phase in their life, bad mental situation. So we walked up to them and said, listen, we know what is going on with your lives. And here is the deal, right? From today, you continue to work with Berkadia as long as you want to. No strings attached, no conditions attached. The day that COVID is over, if you want to go away, we release you the same day because we feel you have a better job to do. So as long as you are here with us, you stay with us. And all the 6 guys obviously were in tears because obviously it is a life-changing thing for them. And I think after 6 months, after phase 1 got better in COVID, some of them left, some of them stayed back. But this is one story we share always with people and in social media as well, because that reflects a lot about us, who we are as a brand, that people really matter to us. I think those things help us. I think stories matter. This is one of the ways we share those, build our brand in Berkadia.
I think that's a fantastic reflection that culture is what makes a brand, right? So when you talk about brand identity, also we are talking about, what is the culture that makes the brand? A brand, in order to resonate, needs to have a culture of its own. And whether it's an employer brand or whether it's a product brand, right? At the end of the day, you need to be very, very clear about what is the culture that you're projecting and whether it's resonating with the people who are going to come to you to work or buy you for some utility. Now, I would also like to know about the challenges of employer brand. We have talked about branding, employer brand being important. But are there any challenges? Maybe 1 or 2 from your end, and then we can move to Divya.
Yeah, there are a lot. I can think about many, but let me take you a couple of ones that comes to my mind directly. One, I think the biggest one, and if you don't think about number 2, 3, or 4, I think the biggest one is like, what should be our brand? Today, if you look about the workforce, like all of you come with different backgrounds, perspectives, thoughts, different age group, different demographics, right? So some of you may believe in the idea of diversity, some of you believe in globalization, some of you believe in flexible work, some of you may be more of maybe focused on career growth. So how can I build that one thing, one branding that addresses all of you? That is for us, the practitioners of employer branding, that's the most difficult thing. How can one brand make everybody happy? Because if you are the consumers of that brand, I cannot make this product specific with some one thing only. I have to, because talent is everywhere, all of you think differently. So that I think what to do, what should be a brand is the most difficult thing. Secondly, I think data privacy, and I'll give some examples on privacy and security. A very simple example is powerful, right? Every organization has rewards and recognition, right? And we write the citations, why somebody got an award. And then like many award certifications, you also can push it on social media, right? Right? We've seen a lot of employees putting it. What happened recently is that, while with all good intent, we are giving citations, we're allowing people to post the citations as to why they got awarded on the social media. But what you realize in that citations, we had a lot of information about the company, why the person got an award, which client they were working for, how much money they have saved, which was not for the consumption of social media. So how do you really balance that? People want to be recognized on social media. All of you want to do it. And you also want the world to know why you are recognized, but we have also privacy concerns as well. It is huge on the way to it, right? And I think another thing about it's a world of reviews. I know that I do it, but when I'm buying something from Amazon or Flipkart or Myntra, the first thing I do is look at the 4-star plus rating. That's my first filter. Then I go for pricing, everything else. And similarly, as I think, as my future employees, you look at glass doors and whatnot, right? So how do you manage that negative publicity, if you will, or even criticism? Because, unfortunately, when things go right, people don't post it. When things go wrong, they do a lot of it. And same thing goes with any product as well. Although I can say that for my company, maybe our rating of 4.3 or 4.4 may be the best in India, right? But I think we still have to deal with sometimes very unusual comments. I just give one example, a recent one. It came yesterday in Glassdoor, and then pass it on to you, just to show that what kind of maybe some of the comments you deal with. Now, I mentioned that we are rated very highly on Glassdoor and LinkedIn and so on and so forth. But this is something came yesterday, right? Obviously, criticism, likes and dislikes. There's somebody who's commenting. What do we like about Bulgaria? What do we don't like about Bulgaria? So likes is one. No work at all. The guy's very happy. No work. He can go to office and then have fun. Okay, that's only like. Achha. What is dislikes? Dislikes is something longer, as you would imagine. Nothing to learn work-wise. The person starts nothing to learn at all. But you can surely learn some dancing skills, because we have these events around. We learn dancing skills and butter management people. And
that's very
and that is when you can get a promotion. And the person's 2025 goal is, as you can guess, learning dance. Because the things, if you can learn dance in Berkeley, you will get promoted. So the point is that, see, how do you manage it? Sometimes you don't have to manage things. You have to understand when you deal with social media, and I think some of us make a mistake of when somebody is writing against you, you feel obligated to comment. Please understand, there is no invitation for you to comment. It is not obligation for you to comment. You can just leave it as it is. So we do a lot of this way, but I'm just giving an example to share latest yesterday's example of what kind of things that we deal with, and therefore the challenges that we face.
That's a very funny dislike comment, but I mean, come to think of it, yes, employer brand is a reality, but it is not a very rosy picture altogether. Dealing with employer brand can be as tricky as dealing with anything else, right? Now, I will. We have been discussing this topic from the point of view of an employer. I would like to move to Divya to give us some perspectives and some of her experiences in dealing with employees as to how they deal with employer brand.
do their perceptions differ? Do you think that while hiring Gen Z over millennials, you see a lot of perceptional changes or perceptional differences between these cohorts? Does social media really work with them?
Thanks, Professor. That's a very interesting question and very relevant also. So I have been hiring, I would say when we talk about Gen Z, so I'll take 10 years back from now. And that's where Gen Z we can talk about and already there in the organization for long. So I have dealt when it comes to hiring of not Gen Z, they look for more of stability and what exactly the role is. When it comes to Gen Z, they are quick in terms of what are the benefits that they are going to get. My 14-year-old son, I would relate with all of you. I take the questions because I've been interacting with students since last evening, and the questions what they ask, and I get similar question at home. So the inquisitiveness which is there with the Gen Z, that has to be kept in mind while we interview a Gen Z, and when we interview already 15 plus years, 20 plus years of candidate, so the interview pattern differs. Now, what is that a Gen Z looks at? How many of you have heard of Starbucks where pets are allowed? You love to join such organization, right? Some of you. What does that mean? That means that if I love pets and if that's my interest and I find such organization, I would love to go there. Apple. What is the USP of Apple? Innovation. And what kind of culture do they give? Autonomy to work. So if I love autonomy, where I can innovate and I can do things on my own, I would love to go to such organization. So during the interview, Professor, when we interview, with our experience, of course, we try to also find out, we do speak about the culture of the organization. As Debashis also spoke and Professor also spoke, culture plays a very important role. And when we talk about employer branding, it is not just 1, 2, 3 years. It is a process which has been built like the culture gets built. So what I'm trying to bring here again, when we talk about Gen Z and during the hiring process, we have to understand that what is our culture and give clarity to the Gen Zs. So if there is no clarity, Gen Zs do not like it. So that is very clear that we have to give clarity. They would like to know why this is not happening. So not just at the hiring stage, I will go beyond. When we hire Gen Z, then what happens? Typically when we hire campus recruits, and when they are on a year of 9 months or 1 year, I'm relating to my previous experience also in different organizations where I've hired Gen Zs through campus and comparing it with the senior folks. What exactly do they look at? What next am I going to get? What is the career that I have? They do not want anything to be slow. So even during the interview and after the interview, so we have to give a clear-cut roadmap to them that what is going to happen next. Even during the campus recruitment when we go, and I'm sure you all would be facing as the school year, that kind of clarity needs to be given, very, very required, very much required. Yeah. So, just continuing with that, do you see any kind of generational changes in terms of their perceptions about employer brand, which is happening over, say, every 10 years? Do you see that? If I say generational changes, the current organization is more digitized. Okay. So, yes, they are more digitally savvy, so they would look into whether the organization is digital savvy, what kind of processes the organization has,
whether they would be able to fit into that, whether the digital transformation has gone into, the organization has gone for digital transformation, whether it would fit. So that kind of expectation is there from the Gen Zs today. And once they are in the organization, I got a very interesting question from one of your students today, that what happens, how do we manage this Gen Z? I'm going a little beyond. It's not just the hiring, beyond as well. That what kind of perception when we talk about how do we deal with the Gen Zs and people who are already in the system, and that in terms of change management or any kind of transformational initiatives, Gen Zs are very active. They bring in the energy. They are very quick to adapt, very flexible, quick to understand what happens to people who are already there, non-Gen Z's prior generation. So they are a little slow in terms of adapting to new because they have already got into the rut and in their comfort zone, but they bring in their knowledge expertise. And that is where the marriage happens between the Gen Z and the older employees.
Okay. So we have heard the employer's perspective. We have heard Divya sharing about employees' perspective when they are coming and placing their candidature for a certain position. Now, let's go back to some HR practices. How does this employer branding really work in terms of HR practices? And for that,
can I just add to that a few points on the employer branding further, how it is going to add. So when we spoke on cost to hire, I think, cost to hire, you spoke on 3%, you gave a data input on that. Yeah. So definitely, how does 30% reduction? How does that happen? So I keep on getting LinkedIn messages. There is a job opening which gets published, my hiring team publishes it, and I start getting, all of us, the entire HR team starts getting. And these days, it's not just social media is being used to understand on the organization and the roles, but it goes beyond. Any guesses what does it goes beyond? We are talking about engage. Any guesses? That's the reason I'm asking you. Not just a candidate would not just do the research on role or the organization. Any guesses? Okay, that's about the organization, yes. Work-life balance, yes, it's again about the organization. Sorry? Yes, HR person, definitely, that also happens. With which department, who are the people who are working there? Who is the functional head? Say if it's a sales department where a person is being interviewed for, or that location, so they also go beyond that research of. So that's the power of social media today. So that I also make up my mind that what has been the career growth, for how long that person has been in the organization. So it also shows talks about the organization. So there are various aspects so that's the power of social media today.
Yeah. So social media is really working. But you should also know how to deal with the tricks of social media and how to place your candidature if you're getting in touch with someone in the organization or some HR lead in that organization. How should you get connected? We'll come to that. But before that, let me ask some HR practice related questions to Varghese. So employer branding, does it work more for acquisition of talent or retaining talent?
I think it's definitely both, right? You cannot leave one and focus on the other. Now, why do I say this? Because branding acts like a mirror for the organization. And as an HR practice, it's really important to be absolutely sure that you brand what you are and not what you're not, right? Because I've seen many organizations making that mistake. They brand, and then employees come with that brand and they realize within the first month that they branded is not what the organization is. That sets a very wrong tone, and that negativity spreads and only kind of brings the organizational branding down. So one of the things that we have done in our organization at Fidelity is to make sure that whatever we brand, even if it is a small thing, it's okay. But brand what you actually did, what you practiced, so that it automatically influences the candidates to come
join our organization. Now, why do I say that it is for good? Now, if you are focused on branding heavily for people to come into the organization and join the organization, there is a real chance that you will add a little more spices to your branding. And the ones inside, they'll tell, no, this is not happening here. Right? Immediately employees, because they've been working with you for so long. So it's really important we ensure we begin with branding internally. That's the foundation that we've laid out, because our employees should feel it, should experience it, should enjoy working in this organization. And we've done, there's a lot of initiatives that we've done, and we'll come to some of those pointers here. But first, it's really important that you retain people that you already have, right? That's number one, because if you lose them, then additional cost of hiring more people is only going to go over the roof. So retention becomes important. So a lot of branding for people to be retained. How do we do that? Now, simple example I'll give you. This year, we started this movement called the Star Achievers Summit. Now, this is for the top performers of the organization in both the cycles in a year, right? If we do the performance cycle, both the cycles, only the top performers will take them. We are close to 270 to 73 employees who came in that belt. Now, we had a one-day program for them, FaceTime with the leadership team. The whole day, there was lots of initiatives for them, and at the same time, we gave them very expensive goodies. Very, very expensive goodies. Now, they were all called to the stage, they were given these trophies, they were given the goodies. When they opened the goodies, they never ever imagined they would get a goodie like that. Because normally it's a small trophy or a certificate that people go away with, but we said, no, we will do everything to go to ensure that our top talent is encouraged, appreciated, and retained. Now, we did this, we go back in the evening, we had a great day. By 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the night, we started posts, branding posts coming up on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on WhatsApp. People started putting videos of all the goodies that they got and the trophy that they got, and wonderful messages about how they felt being working at FNF India. Now, this happened, what we just did was to create a platform to ensure that we begin with employees within the organization, that the branding took off from their side. Number one. The other side to it is, it's always important that you bring people from the outside as well. Now, our biggest population of hiring is from employee referral, and I know that's pretty much all the companies. Employee referral is a very critical space. Close to 34% of our new hires come through employee referral. And out of that, almost 50 to 60% of people come because they have seen a post of their friend on Facebook, on LinkedIn, saying about the programs that happens in our company, and they call them and say, hey, I would like to join your company. Is there an option? They pull the resume out, they send it to the recruitment team, it kicks in. Now, that is also important. So to balance both at all times becomes critical. Right? So just to give you that example and to tell you that you cannot let go of one at the cost of the other.
That's wonderful. But how do you deal with negative reviews also? Yeah. Negative posts.
Absolutely. I think I agree with the Vishesh. They are very, Glassdoor, you get comments, right? We do also get comments. Now, we have had leaders in the past, not recently, but in the past, come to us and say, escalated to the CEO of Glassdoor. It's not going to work that way. Right? Now, my principle is take control of things that you can control in your hands. Now, Glassdoor is not in your hands. It's an external body altogether, right? And there is a very clear policy of Glassdoor that you cannot come and ask them to remove a comment of a feedback of an employee that's put up there. So you cannot do anything about it. What you can do is look at the feedback, see is there a scope for improvement, and go fix that, because that is within your powers. Within your organization, you can go fix that. If there is a manager bias issue, ensure and work and create sessions so that people understand the importance of unconscious bias and really work around it, do initiatives so that you can bring those negativity down. That is a stone that we have touched from HR and made it very clear to our leaders, saying that if you see comments from Glassdoor, the first question is self-reflection, to see what you can fix within the organization, and we are not going to go after
or even respond to that comment, right? Because the moment you start responding, there is a chance it can go back and forth, back and forth. Because there are, it is also the truth. Sometimes there are employees who are not happy with anything, right? They would go and put up comments all over whether it's Glassdoor or other sites, they would go and do it, and you cannot help, right? It's better to focus on things that is under your control than focusing on things that is not under your control. But always look for, is there a scope for improvement from that comment? That helps you to be a better leader, to be a better team.
In your reflections and experiences, you talked about a very organic way in which employees went on board to share their positive experiences with your company. But would you feel comfortable to ask them to do it?
I think it's okay. It's okay to ask them. I'll tell you why. Because we just finished our leadership program for our senior managers and assistant vice presidents. It was a 2-day residential program. We took them out to a place called Malambur, very good resort. Lot of I think more than learning, it was more unlearning, right? I could have done leadership in a totally different manner from the sessions that started coming up. Now, what we did yesterday is we put up those photos, we put a nice post about the program, we sent it on LinkedIn, and we took that link and put it up on this group where all the participants are. I said, hey, go ahead and share your feedback, let the organization know, let others know what has been your experience. And participants started putting up feedback right there. Now, if someone is really touched, really inspired, they'll go any extent to share their learning so that others will also kind of experience that and they can also join similar programs. So I think that is one way of getting people coming and writing. Now, sometimes what we do is, we ask employees like new joiners who've joined 3 months down the line, 6 months down the line, how has been your experience? Go ahead and put it out so that your friends can join, your family members can join. So sometimes we do a push, which I feel is necessary because as the organization is getting bigger, your headcount also will get bigger. So it's okay to ask. But the more organic part is when people are really touched, inspired by a certain initiative, by a certain project, you just share them the link, they will fly from there.
Sorry. So just to add to that, yes, it is okay to do that, but depending on the company policy, if if it is allowed that, yes. So there's nothing wrong in that. And we got this place to work for women, and first time we got in India through Great Places to Work, and we did encourage our women folks to talk about it, and we were there in the industry all over. In fact, in the industry for the first time we got it in electronics industry. So I'm just sharing that yes, it's okay to encourage employees, and in fact, some of the engagement activities which we do, which is towards our values, the organizational values. So it does talk about, it reflects the organizational values and culture as well. So it's okay to encourage them and giving certain guidelines. Okay, I think we have about 10-15 minutes to take a couple of questions from the audience. So audience, if you have a mic, please pass it around. Please raise your hand so that I can point it to you and you can ask your question. But while you're asking the question, I have a question which is more educational purpose for the audience that we have over here. How should these people engage on LinkedIn? For as prospective candidates who would be out in the job market in the next 1 year or less than next 1 year. So reflections from all three of you, maybe suggestions, one tip each. Okay, from my side, one suggestion would be first look into your profile and update it properly. And that is one thing, highlight your achievements of the project that you have done. So that's from my end. Okay, you can actually write it down. Manage your profile. Yeah. The second tip, maybe from the
So usually, as she mentioned, usually when we get a request from somebody, it's always, sir, can I do a job, or is my profile, can you give me a job? Don't do that. Always believe networking is both give and take. And the question is, so what can I give you? Working in such a big company and you are an HR head, you can give a lot. Instead of saying, sir, do you have any job for me? Just say, sir, this is my profile. I'm free every day between 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. I'd love to do something for Bulgaria. I'm around. Let me know what I can do. Do not ask for something immediately. It doesn't work in real life. It doesn't work in. You just push people away if you do that. So always see what you can give first and then take later.
I think again that's a gem of a suggestion. Both of them. First, work on your profiles, on your LinkedIn profiles, highlight your achievements. Second is don't go out and ask for a job. Please. You have to create that pull so that people get interested in you. It's not a job portal, all right? It is a connection portal. It is a portal which gives you the access to people who matter to you. So use that access judiciously.
Absolutely. And adding on, I think LinkedIn over the years has also moved on to become a learning platform, right? It started with a networking platform to a learning platform, and not so much on the job, but now job is also opened up because we have, now Career, Monster, and so many other job platforms on the other side. So my suggestion would be is make the best use of LinkedIn profile to engage in learning process, because now we see, articles coming up and then automatically depending on your interest area, what you have written over the days, or even if you have put a quote and the quote is connecting to that article, it picks your name to give your thoughts around that article. I would say engage in that process. That is one. Two, for me, volunteer experience is really important because that speaks volumes about what kind of person that candidate is. So if you have done volunteer experience, please update that. Put that up on your LinkedIn profile as well, because that is also very important. It's not like work all the time, but it's also work community, right? Also finding your free time to give for the community. So that also, this is more from my experience of how I look for candidates. I also look for, especially in managerial roles and above, it becomes really important for me, because if you're a person with a heart for the community, then I know you're going to manage my team well. Right? So I'm looking at it from that perspective. Yeah.
Fantastic. And the third point is about engagement. How you're going to engage on LinkedIn will have a long-lasting impact on the people who are seeing that or experiencing that engagement that you are keeping your footprints. All right. So maybe a couple of questions. Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, panelists. Thank you so much for such an inspiring discussion over here. Debashir sir, I had a small question for you actually. As we know, social media is used in a lot of ways. Most of us, like Gen Zs, we use social media platforms for career opportunities, checking out which possible outlet is open for us. I wanted to know, companies nowadays post or highlight on career growth opportunities, right? So does this help in retention for the company? Do employees come and sustain themselves in the company through these portals too?
As in, our social media postings, does it help us in retaining employees?
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, even if we get employees, they might have to retain themselves in a longer period. So, are they retainable and sustainable in that longer period?
Are the employees you mean? Yeah, I think that is the intention, if you will. That's what we want to do. Not for everybody, but to be realistic, that we can't retain everybody. It's not required to retain everybody as well. I think some bit of attrition is important. It should happen. Now, social media does play a part, but again, it's very complex. It is not only about social media. I think how social media helps us is really taking us or expressing our USPs. If you join my company, you may not get like 10 different things, but you get those 3 things and 3 things very, very well. Now, it can be careers, it can be culture, it can be a job content or the opportunities, right? But as I think Varghese said, you have to be very clear about what your USP is and kind of harp on it, right? There could be the strengths that you have, talk a little bit more, and that becomes your differentiating factor. I think the trick is how do you do it? And that's why you have experts. I mean, I'm not saying we are the experts. We work with various other teams who does it for us.
Thank you, sir. Thanks so much.
Any other question? So I think we are also, should we close or Devashri, what is it?
We have 5 minutes.
We have 5 minutes. So we can take one more question if you have. Otherwise, I'll go ahead with a question that I have in my mind. You know, a lot of these people who are there on social media, they use the style open to work. How is that viewed by a prospective employer and by your current employer? This is a very tricky question I'm asking. Give your views on that. Okay, I'll give my personal view in this. I'm not representing an organization here when I give this view. For me, when I look at open to network or open to work, so definitely it means eagerness, it shows, and some kind of question mark also it shows. Is the person performing well in the org? There are two things to it. One is, yes, the person is eager, or the person is going to be out of the job, or person may not be performing well, or person is doing really well, but something else is wrong in the current organization. So that's my personal, which comes, but that does not mean because if the both things, it may be good or bad, both ways to look at it. But that does not mean I'll shun it down. I'll definitely see, because I am in need of capability and talent from the market. And if that candidate's profile suits, why not connect to that person? And in my current organization, or in the past also, in the past, we have done that enough when we have seen that, yes, because we used to hire and hire and hire. So people who are open to for job purpose and open to connect, we do connect to them. If we find the profile suitable, definitely we do that scrutiny and then.
No, I think I see it only in the positive light, because I think it takes courage for somebody to say, you know what, I want to move out and the whole world should know I'm looking for a job. I think, otherwise, if you look at the other flip side of it, I'm looking for a job, but making it a secret, how does that work? I don't think that sounds very right. I think it's totally fine if you want to be open about it, and your current employer, if you're working, it can be a bit of an issue with the current employer. They can see you updating it. I hope you have kept your current employer posted. I think that's maybe a good thing to do. But as a prospective employer, it only helps us to zero down on people who are really curious to join my company. So it is okay as far as I'm concerned.
And I totally agree. It's absolutely fine for people to just put it out there saying that I'm looking out. Because where I come from is this perspective that organizations never grow if the same set of people are there for 30, 40 years, right? We need new thinking, new perspectives, new ideas, new generation coming into the organization so that they add value to the organization. And I think all of us have seen that time and again. When that opens up, there is a new thought process that's taken up. And I think, as Debashish rightly pointed out, not telling it. You're looking out for a job, but you're not telling it. Either fear of being, judged, or fear of whatever that might be, that shows probably the culture is also not, very robust there. Because if it's a very robust culture, healthy conflicts are okay. No problem. People come and disagree. People come and say, you know what, I'm looking out, you better find a replacement for me. They'll be as transparent if a culture is really robust. And I think that's where, from an HR standpoint, there's a lot of work to be done to build that culture. And it's a continuous, it doesn't end. It's a continuous cycle of building that culture.
I think just one more thing. While we talk about gig economy these days, and which is picking up, and it is going to be the thing, because people would like to have their flexible time and work-life balance, so they would prefer to go for hourly basis work or day basis work, whatever the options given. So in such circumstances, I am open to work. Would definitely it's going to be positive, and more it is going to open up the mindset that yes, and it would be accepted. So in India especially, I would say anything goes up, because initially things would be like a taboo, then it is well accepted within the society. So this is going to get accepted. And as I said, the gig economy on hourly basis, daily basis working with this would work. I think these reflections are extremely important for you to understand, and what the inference that I draw from all three of them talking about their perspectives and their personal views on this open to work thing is HR is a professional, it's a professional work, all right? We should deal with it professionally. Like all these three professionals, they're very seasoned in their work and with rich experience over the years. Like the way they have put across the fact that it is absolutely open, it's absolutely okay to express your views when you are wanting to move out or wanting to explore new organizations and be transparent, which proves the fact that we have moved, you know, about decades ahead in terms of the professionalism that HR seeks at the moment and the HR will be seeking in the days to come. So I think there's a very important learning or take home for you all, that deal with human resources professionally. And you being a part of this big cohort of human resource in our country should also groom yourself to be professional in your ways. Whether you're reaching out to your prospective employer or whether you're putting up an open to work thing, everything should be done according to the norms of the professional world. There are no personal bias, there are no personal likes, dislikes when it comes to work getting delivered. All right? Work which needs to be delivered needs to be delivered. Whether you're my niece or whether you're my sister or whether you're my brother, doesn't matter. Similarly, in the professional world, it is you who matters, your skill set matters. So that is something which you should be absolutely working on. While employers are working on branding themselves, you should also work on branding yourself by using social media, which has given you the access for personal branding. All right. So I had wonderful interaction with these three highly acclaimed professionals in their own world. Thank you very much. And over to you. This session has truly been insightful. Before we close, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to Mr. Devashish Ghosh, Mr. Varghese Chakramotal, and Ms. Divya Sonali Mins for taking their time to share their invaluable insights and expertise with us despite their busy schedules. To honor our guest speakers, I now invite Dr. Rituparna Basu to present the token of appreciation. Now, I request all the dignitaries to move forward for a group photograph. Thank you all for your participation, and we hope you found this session both insightful and inspiring.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Everyone can stay back. We will resume with the next session shortly.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
हाँ चेंज होगा ना अच्छा ये यूज नहीं हुआ
Guys, do you use the second floor exit? Not.
Nobody is allowed to leave the auditorium. Please sit in your respective seats because we are going to resume the next panel from 3 o'clock within 5 minutes. Yes, okay. Yes.
Do you realize that?
गाइस ये नोटपैड चेक कर लिए
हाँ सर हाँ हाँ
नोटपैड के अंदर चेक कर लिए थे चेक कर लो तो पिछले लोग तो लिख के जाएगा तो छोड़ेगा नहीं देख लो मेरे साथ एक बार हुआ था इंटरव्यू पे छोड़ के चला गया था।
हाँ
नेक्स्ट डे
All done, all done. All the students group पे लिख दो एक बार students को आने के लिए अभी ऑडिटोरियम में.
All the students are requested to call their friends as soon as possible to the auditorium. We are
चश्मा कुछ दिख नहीं रहा चश्मा को दिखाई नहीं रहा चश्मा कुछ दिख नहीं रहा मेरे को गंदा हो गया सीमांस करना होगा
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. It is with great pleasure and excitement that I, Shreya Datta, along with my co-host Yash Sharma, stand before you today to welcome you all to the fourth round of today's panel discussion for the conclave. The topic for this panel discussion is Dynamic Career Paths Offering Flexibility and Growth to Curb Attrition. This session focuses on how organizations can meet the career aspirations of Gen Z employees by offering flexible career paths, laddering, fostering lateral moves, and providing continuous upskilling opportunities. Gen Z is reshaping the corporate landscape with the need for dynamic roles and a clear path for personal and professional growth. Retaining this generation requires an adaptable approach, and that's precisely what we will delve into today. Today, we are privileged to have amongst us an exceptional panel of professionals from diverse backgrounds and extensive experience. Joining us, we have Mr. Anindya Shi, Vice President of Human Resources at Geo Platforms Limited. Ms. Monica Garg, currently Associate Director, Global HR Operations at Fresenius Medical Care. And Mr. Akshay Rakshit, HRBP National Sales at BMW Group India. To steer today's conversation, we have our moderator, Dr. Rachana Chattopadhyay, Professor OBHR and Dean at Academics at IMI Kolkata. We would like to request our panelists and our moderator to join us on the dais and take their respective seats. Moving forward, it is our honor to introduce the esteemed guest speakers for this panel discussion.
Now, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Anindya Shi. He is a distinguished leader with a wealth of experience in human resource management and organizational design. He is currently working as a Vice President of Human Resources at Geo Platforms Limited, based out of Mumbai, where he leads key initiatives in talent management, employee benefits, and organizational effectiveness. Mr. Shi, an alumnus of Exeter Jamshedpur, is a senior HR leader in HR and change management. With close to 3 decades of experience as an HR and business leader, before joining Geo, he has held pivotal HR leadership roles at many prestigious organizations like Cipla, Reliance Industries, and Dr. Reddy Laboratories, where he specialized in change management, leadership development, and HR technology. He has worked across multiple sectors like steel, oil and gas, telecom, technology, and pharma. Mr. Shi has led strategic initiatives in the areas of talent attraction, retention, employee engagement, and career management, enabling organizations to build a great workplace. So now I would like to request Nuance to please come up on the stage and welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers.
Our next esteemed speaker is Ms. Monica Garg, currently Associate Director, Global HR Operations at Fresenius Medical Care. She is an accomplished HR leader with over 19 years of experience in healthcare and ITES industries, specializing and experienced in HR operations, quality assurance, continuous improvement, service management reporting, HR audit and compliance, payroll, compensation, and benefits. She has extensive global exposure, having worked and directly managed teams across APAC, EMEA, and US. She has also worked as a project manager, a change leader at SMEs for hire to retire, a data lead, and has implemented the HIRS system across 18 APAC countries. Post which she has also established HR operations COE and led it to drive HR operations governance and standardization across APAC countries. She is an experienced panel speaker at HR events, roundtable conferences, and industry academia sessions at leading business schools. She has also received many internal and external accolades. She received the Women HR Professional of the Year Award in 2017 by HR Association India. The Women Super Achiever Award for Excellence in Human Resources by the Jury of World HRD Congress in 2016. The Global Exceptional Women Award by Advantage Club in 2024, and the Exceptional Leadership Award for providing mentorship and support for DIE topics by Career Beacon in 2024. We request Vidushi to please welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers.
Joining us next is Mr. Akshay Rakshit, an HR professional with over a decade of experience managing diverse roles in talent management, employee relations, campus relations, and leadership development. Currently working as an HRBP National Sales at BMW Group, India. He has the master degree in human resources from XISS Ranchi, which laid the foundation of his journey in driving people-centric strategies in corporate world. Beyond the walls of office, his heart beats for basketball. He had the honor of representing India under 13, under 16, under 19, and was also the part of senior men's basketball team. This court taught him invaluable life lessons like teamwork, resilience, and the importance of discipline that continue to influence his professional and personal life. While working in Maruti Suzuki Manesar car plant, Mr. Akshay has published a paper on the journey of Manesar plant post the infamous 2012 industrial marathon on the industrial relations strategy. Whether navigating HR complexities or competing on the court, he brings energy, determination, and challenges status quo all the time. So now I would request Satakshi to please come up on the stage and welcome sir with a bouquet of flowers.
We would also like to introduce our moderator for the panel, Dr. Rachana Chattopadhyay, Professor OBHR and Dean of Academics at IMI Kolkata. Dr. Chattopadhyay has been with the Institute since the very first batch, which is 2011. She received her doctoral degree in applied psychology from the Calcutta University under the fellowship of Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata in 2005. After receiving her PhD degree, she joined the School of Social Psychology, Australian National University, Canberra for her postdoctoral research. Before joining IMI Kolkata, she was a faculty member at the ICFI Institute of Management Teachers, Hyderabad, and the ICFI. She has published many articles in journals and conferences, both at the national and international levels. In 2002, she received the Young Scientist Award from the Indian Science Congress Association, Government of India.
She also received the Outstanding Paper Award at Emerald Literary Network in 2013. We would request Vedika to please come up on the stage and welcome ma'am with a bouquet of flowers.
So good afternoon, everybody. Today our topic is dynamic career path, and we will focus more on the how dynamic career path has influence on attrition. So when we talk about dynamic career path, it is a kind of flexibility in the career path within the organization. Actually, it's a kind of lateral movement, unlike traditional way of approaching the career, which is linear. Here we are talking about lateral movement and a kind of personalized career trajectories employee can get. With this note, I can also say that it is not only the benefit for the organizer, for the employee, it is a win-win situation. Actually, it is a benefit for organization itself, because if these opportunities are provided, each and every employee gets the dynamic opportunities for the dynamic career path, they will remain updated with the current trend. So this is the way we can see the trends, opportunities for the organization also. So with this, I'm going to open the panel for, we will discuss different aspects of dynamic career path, its impact on employee retention. Okay, so let me start with the first question. So let me start with Akshay. So how do you see this dynamic career path, and at the same time, any observation related to employee retention, how it can impact the employee retention?
Firstly, thank you for letting me be here at this panel. I have the least years of experience compared to these two professionals, but I can make assure that by the end of the day I can send BMWs to both of them. Okay, and why I'm telling you this, because at BMW, our journey of career start at the interview stage itself, because we don't go for skills, we hire characters. And why I'm telling you we hire characters, because our CFO of BMW Group India is a non-CA person. She has never done finance. Our chief marketing officer is a finance person. He is a CA. Our sales head, the BMW Group India sales head, is an ex-HR. Okay, so I was very fascinated by the topic itself when I got to know, and I would love. I have n number of examples within my organization, and if I sell more cars, they will take me into sales any day. So this is how BMW is structured. There's internal mobility, not only in India, because we are a global brand. We are present in over 140 countries, and 140 countries are having 4 regions. Out of the 4 regions, we have 4 HR heads. Okay. One region is Asia Pacific, second region is China, because they are a large volume in terms of BMW, third is America, and fourth is Europe. So out of the 4 HR heads, 2 are Indians, and both of them are women leaders. Okay, so the talent of India is already under lenses in terms of globe, and BMW employees in India, or be it any other country, will get ample of chance because they didn't have skills. We have characters. Okay, so the journey of flexibility, you will not let that person know one fine day that, okay, an opportunity is coming, you need to go to that function. The preparation, the observation, the succession planning, the career planning starts I guess it takes good 3, 4, 5 years for HR to plan the succession planning. It cannot happen every year. Okay, so the succession planning will only takes place where you have characters who are ready to take another challenge, which they have never done in the past decade, or maybe. So I have given some examples of my CFO, CMO, and my sales head. They are from diverse background. Okay, and the reason I'll take another step back, because in the interview we see people with entrepreneurial mindset. In any board meeting which BMW has, we ask, any project proposal comes, we ask the person, if this was your business, would you propose this proposal to the board? If the answer is yes, we take that proposal, because we know people with entrepreneurial mindset will not lose into the objectives, first of all, and secondly, they are the person who can do anything. So this journey starts from talent acquisition. Your talent acquisition strategy should be well in place to offer flexibility. You cannot, HR and business cannot wake up and just after having a cup of tea or a cup of a coffee, tell an employee that, okay, we think that you should go there. This is a cross. You need to identify that talent. You need to talk back to that person. You need to align his thoughts so that he or she performs in a good position internally. So that's why I wanted to focus that your journey starts from talent acquisition.
Talent acquisition is one of the strategies in this way to flourish this. I want to say to proceed with this dynamic career path. So I need to, in fact, it would be very good to ask you that any other strategies which company may use in terms of dynamic career path or opportunities. So if you can add certain things.
Yeah. So I can share my own example, honestly, because when I saw this topic, I felt like that I'm the best example for how, the accretion can come down by using different opportunities being given to the employees internally. So I worked with IBM for around 9-10 years across, and during that journey, I get a lot of opportunities to move within different profiles in the organization. That's why when my introduction was given, I was thinking like, isn't it too much? Like I've done this, and that happened because I got those opportunities within the organization. And two things I've learned in my life, and I'll talk more about myself because as an example, because you guys also can learn out of it. Two things I've learned are very, very crucial in life is that when you are burning out, how to say no and when to say no. And second, never say no to the opportunities. So I got a lot of opportunities within the organization. I joined IBM for payroll, then I moved to the centralized payroll team setup, then HR operations, and I moved to compensation benefit operations and compensation benefit operations strategy team, and then I had the benefit departments there. Then there was one time when I was managing their audit and compliance and their policy processes. So, and all these opportunities came to me, at the right time, and I grabbed that as and when I got that. So within the organization, there are a lot of opportunities if you ask for that. One thing I always tell to my team is that if you don't ask a question, answer is always no. So nowadays, what is happening? That somebody is working on a task or a project or a role, and then they feel like that it's getting monotonous, or maybe I don't like it, and they start looking out. Why not searching it out within the organization? So one of the example IBM is, like you mentioned about BMW. I have worked with a great organization like IBM, which provides a lot of internal opportunities, not only to the same profile people, but people from to the IGP. There are a lot of internal job postings, stress assignments, job shadowing opportunities. There are many projects that are circulated around within the organization, which give a lot of opportunities to everyone equally to pick that up and learn different skills while through the lateral movement, as you started with your
topic that lateral movement is something that also helps to bring in a lot of learning opportunities, and once your base is strong, going up is not difficult, trust me. So that's very, very important that we learn that organization do provide. Even in my current organization, I have now completed 7 years approx. I joined India team for the CMB and operations, and I was representing India for the global project with the implementation. So I was in Hong Kong to present for India, and I asked so many questions that I was picked up by the APAC HR head for that project as a project manager. But and this is interesting because when I was offered that project manager position, I was like, I am not that. I have never done it. Sorry, I've always been a core HR person, HR operation person, working with the data, information, compensation. I'm not a project manager person. But that opportunity was so fascinating that I said, let me take that leap. It's important. And that's when I said, no, I'll not say no to this opportunity. I picked that up and I did a fairly good job. Even during the COVID that came in between, we were able to successfully on time implement work in 18 APAC countries. So I'm coming back to your topic. I mean, though we are talking the same thing, it's very important that organizations provide those opportunities, and at the same time, the employees working in that organization also prove their worth and also reach out and look for the opportunities that they want for themselves. Because if you not speak up, nobody will understand what you need. So it's very important. It's like two-way communication is very much needed. That's when even if organizations have the strategy of having dynamic career path, that will only work when there's a two-way communication. So that's very important. So, in fact, in that sense, attitude from the positive attitude from the employee is also very important for this dynamic career path. So, with this, I need to ask Ananda, just for, in fact, maybe in certain cases, culture has organization culture has certain definitely some impact on this developing this dynamic career path. So if you can elaborate a little bit the impact of culture with some example that will be effective for our students.
Yes. So let me give some example from. Hello, am I audible? Okay. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, that's good. So I will give some example from one of my previous organizations. So I was working with this leading pharmaceutical organization, and it's based out of Hyderabad. And one of the things, it was in a customer transformation. So they wanted to, they had, in pharma, there's a concept of abbreviated new drug application. It's called an AND, and that is how you can launch in the US. You mount a patent challenge, and then you can actually launch your molecule. And of course, the moment you launch in US, there is a significant margin of the product, and you can capture the significant of the market. Now, so one of the challenges there was how do you get a very differentiated talent? Because that got being in Hyderabad, and then there was a fairly large amount of local talent because of it. And we had invited consultant McKinsey, and they said, "See, what your problem is that you have a homogeneous kind of talent, which is mostly local, male kind of a profile and all. And if you want to create a global brand, so you need a certain amount of mix in that. It's not that you have to get a direct this thing, but you need a certain amount of mix. Now, why I'm giving this context is, if you have to create that kind of a talent, you can't create with a traditional career model, right? And that is where the chairman that time, he was the promoter chairman, and he said that fine, I am willing to take risks and experiment to an extent. And here there were some examples which Akshay was giving. We had our aspiring head of HR. He played the two roles. One was the head of as a CFO, and then he also was at some point of time briefly as a head of quality assurance. Right? Because quality assurance, if you know, in pharmaceutical is a very technical job. Generally, PhDs are the who do that. But their fundamental belief was that if you are managing a team which is more than say 10 or 15, anybody with having a very good general management understanding of the industry can go and fill that job. Obviously, you need to have experts down the line, but you need to basically give a chance to that talent. And obviously, we will need to create support system, not that put the person in the deep end. But you can get this fresh thinking into that job. And all these movements were successful. Now, what is the culture here? Culture is the promoter coming up, putting up the sign and say, I am willing to take the risk, even if the person is 70% ready. So that is a fundamental belief that if you say, no, I need 100%, then the talent is not there. Where you will get 100% talent, and you want to work in a company which is still in an emerging phase. It has, so that's the thing, allowing risks and allowing experimentation. And as if you see some of the recent work, which some of you are fans of Dan Ariely, he has there's a book which has been just released, Misbelief. And in this Misbelief, he says that you need to have a psychological safety which you have to create inside the organization. So can you create the psychological safety? When you pick up the stars, maybe some of them will fail. Out of 5 bets which you take, 2 will succeed, 3 will fail. But so be it. Because you create that culture of experimentation. And the moment you have the culture of experimentation, more and more we emerge and become future stars. So that's the context I thought I would put it in culture point of view.
Definitely.
You talk about culture. So we have an old saying that your culture eats strategy over breakfast, but it eats in lunch also and in dinner also. Okay, if your culture is not set and it is top driven, I have few people from the top, so it is top driven. The leaders, what they do, how they talk, how they present themselves, how they communicate, everyone follows that. Okay, so breakfast ke alawa lunch and dinner is also being eaten by the culture. Talking about the flexibility and the culture, I have one fine example of BMW Group. When we recruit management trainees from colleges, okay, firstly, if few people are in first year, I presume, so you should go and understand the acceleration program which BMW has. Okay, it's a pool campus. We don't visit campus, we conduct pool campus. And once the final candidate, after thorough 5 rounds of selections, there are a lot of case studies, a lot of business. Then the candidate is onboarded to any company. For suppose it is had for India, so they will get that 18 months training period. Okay, first 6 months will be in the home. First 6 months he will do sales. The next 3 months he will be flying to Munich, the headquarters. Okay, there he will learn the culture and understand the BMW Group as large, the 100 years legacy. Okay, and he or she will drive some awesome cars, be it M5, M6, M8, M7, and M8. Okay, and electric vehicles as well, to get that brand sense of belongingness. Okay, the entire program is in a sense of belongingness. So unless or until you people we say that you people don't drive our cars, you can't work here. You should love your brand first. Be it cars, be it whatever brand, any service product, you should love that. You should yourself use that. Even if you are working in a beer company, you should crash some beer and drink it like anything. Unless you are doing this, you cannot resonate brand. So that's first next 3 months in Munich. Then they will come back. They will next 3 months from 9th to 12th, they will do again a stint in India, but in another department. For example, if someone is hired for sales, he will do marketing, finance, operations, supply chain. Okay. Then the next 3 months from 12th to 15th, he will go in the market of Asia Pacific, be it Thailand, be it Australia, be it Japan, be it Korea, or the Asia Pacific market. And then again, he comes back from 15th to 18th. He goes, is at shop floor. He or she should come in shifts in A and B and should taste the dust of what how car is being produced. Okay. And after 18 months, because I take campus, I'm in charge of campus. When I meet them at the interviews, when we call them in our training center in Gurgaon, that individual and the 18-month individual is totally a different. So it is important how employer on board. Okay. Frankly speaking, ma'am, there are gaps between what you are teaching and what we want. Okay, definitely there will be gap. You cannot because your objective is not that they should get jobs. They should be a good human being as well. So a lot of values, a lot of discipline is being inculcated in these 2 years with a lot of diverse subjects. They should know while applying these things in the organizations. Okay. Now that applications we cannot learn here in these 2 years. Okay. You will only learn this while you work. There is no institute can create heroes from day one. Be it Ratan Tata, be it I'm from Ranchi, I'm very close to Tata Steel culture and all that. Ratan Tata was an apprenticeship in his own company in Tata Steel. Okay, so no company, no institute can create heroes. So it's the responsibility of. There are a lot of debates since last decade that academia and industry relationship. They are not boyfriend and girlfriends at this relation. Your objective is different, our objective is different. So this gap will be there and gap should be there. But the responsibility on the employers, how to onboard the young talents, those who are MBAs or graduate engineer trainees or CAs or BCom professionals, the onboarding is very important. That sets your tone. Okay, to flexibility. And I totally agree with sir, if talking about character and skills, if skills are 60%, 70%, it's good for me. Because I cannot train characters, I can train skills. Okay, on the job training, I have a lot of plethora of opportunities for them to take any skills, be it how to sell a car, how to do comp and pen, but the character that I cannot train. That they have to build and then come. Okay, so I was just talking to the two fellows who were with me at the airport, and we had a good conversation. That you should be coming with a clean slate. I have one example of my first day of job. I was a thorough fresher. How many fresher here who have not worked? Okay. Wow, good. My first day job, I landed up in Excite Battery Pune, and my boss asked me, my HR head, and in plants, you will get CCTVs everywhere. My plant HR head used to see the entire monitor and what is happening in the plant. He used to see it. So I entered his room and he asked me, "What will you do, Akshay?" Then all the jargons which I learned in my MBA days, sir, I will do content then, I will do talent acquisition, I will do succession planning, I will do career planning. Whatever I had learned, I told him. I vomited in front of him. Okay. He told me, "Akshay, are you seeing this CCTV?" He just maximized one of the CCTV. In that, a truck was there in which batteries were there. Okay. Then he asked me, "It's in dispatch gate. Please go there and let me know what is there in it." Then from HR head's cabin to that dispatch gate was good 800, 900 meters. And it was May, June. I went, a 23-year-old lad went and came back, so it's battery. Then he said, "Oh, wow." He's asked again, "Is it offloading or it is onboarding?" Then I told my boss, "Sorry, boss, I didn't ask this." When he made me run again. And I went there, asked the driver, "It is offloading." Then he said, "It's onloading, it's going out." When I came back running, the boss, "It's going out." He asked me, "Did he had a valid gate pass?" So I thought, why this man is bullying me on my day one. So I was again running, but he asked me to sit. He told me that, Akshay, I was just doing a litmus test that how curious you are, what is the inquisitiveness level you should have in organization. Okay. I will blame myself also from my generations. Diving deep into topics is missing. Okay. And it started from our generation. It has totally passed on to you all people, that going deep is missing. You just want to have that surface knowledge, which will give you early wins. But if you don't dig deep, you will not walk longer in organizations. And one quote, which after which I would love to hear from the other panelists. If you want to grow in corporate career, do what you have studied. Okay. But if you want to be a leader, do something which you have not studied. There are n number of examples. If you open your eyes and see around, all the leaders are doing which they haven't studied. So be mindful of that. Come with a clean slate. You should do anything when you do an organization. Okay, when you join an organization.
Thank you. Very important insight. See, unlearning is difficult, but the fresh learning is always easy. Okay, so with this, in fact, I need to ask Monica one question. What kind of challenges you think there are in terms of, while we are driving dynamic career path in the organization? Challenges from the side of the employee might be, sometimes from the organization. So what is your insight? Some of it we have already covered, like Sir said, that the culture needs to be there. At times, the manager feels like, let me go out and search out some fresh talent. I've seen everyone and don't want to invest time in the existing talent and grow them, right? At times, even that 70% of fitment is good enough to bring 100% out of them by just investing some part of it. That's one thing. Another I also mentioned that the communication and openness about what as an employee, as a team member I feel, or what manager feel. Those things are very, very important, because it's very important to first know what we want in our life, and then accordingly think about it's not always managers' responsibility. And whenever I go and talk to colleges, I try to show them the reality. I don't try to show you the brighter picture, but the other side of it, which you guys also need to learn in your life, is that it's very important that you also have your own journey in your hand, and you understand that what you want in your life, and then accordingly have a clear conversation with your manager. So this is one thing that I feel at times is missing, that clear conversation is not there either from the top down management or from the bottom up, from the employee side. So these are the things in my previous organization, IBM, we had a lot of opportunities to, as I mentioned, some of them already, IJPs were common there. So as you mentioned, somebody leading the department with no experience, we also had a similar culture. But at times, if nobody applies on that, thinking about it, okay, what if I don't get selected? And I have a recent example, honestly, from my current company and team. So one person was reporting into me, and obviously the changes were happening, globalization was happening, a lot of uncertainties were there. And I said, okay, why don't you apply on this position? There is one position opening at a global level. It's a project manager position. So I was project manager and he was supporting me driving the project. And he was not confident enough to apply for that. He said, I've just supported you, I've not done it from the front. I said, you apply, because they needed APAC experience, and he had that APAC experience while working with me. I said, I'd said the same thing. Until you ask the question, answer is no. I mean, why you yourself is judging that whether I'll be selected or not? Why don't you apply? At most, the maximum possibilities could be that they will say no, and the answer is still no when you're not applying. He applied and he got selected, and we both currently are working at a similar level right now because he took that leap of faith, right? But then I have to convince him a bit. So these kind of things, I mean, it needs to come first from you all whenever you start working in an organization. It's important to understand what you want. Don't get quickly distracted from the things outside. Sometimes it also means a lot about patience and insight, the testing of your own requirements and what you want in life. So be patient and try to have an open conversation. That is very, very important. At times we feel this is not possible, but that is possible within the organization. So be very open. I'll not talk about a lot of other jargons that will work for a lot of experienced people. I'm talking in the language which they all understand and which is very helpful for them as well. Okay, so in terms of challenges, there are some hiccups from the employee himself or herself, but the thing is, to some extent, openness to learn. So that is the important direction for a person to take up a dynamic career path. In a broader way, openness to learn. If you allow me to add on one more thing. So when I left IBM, I joined Bosch & Lomb and I stayed in Bosch & Lomb for 2.5 years there. When I was moving from IBM to Bosch & Lomb, my CHR, obviously I had my last meeting with him. He told me clearly that, Monica, why you're moving to that organization, that is very different. Always remember you have to unlearn and relearn. That's what he told me, and it's like I hear it nowadays a lot, and it was really helpful because that was a complete cultural shift for me, and I would have given up initially, even within few months of joining that organization, because from a process-driven organization, moving to an organization where there were no processes. But then it gave me some strength, thinking about it's also a learning, building things from scratch. And by the time I left that organization, I was able to make it a process-driven organization. That was my learning. So you will get a lot of opportunities like this. You need to understand what's there in it, and a lot of patience and resilience is definitely needed during the journey. So I think the one thing that I need to, in fact, discuss here, like role of, to some extent in this dynamic career path, technology may have some role. So if you could elaborate a little bit what role technology can, play here.
Yeah. Okay. See, the role of technology comes here in terms of like when there is a larger organization. Again, if the organization is there are different sizes of organization there right now in our country, or whatever, all of us will will get to a workplace. So you have smaller organizations like 500 to 1,000 kind of thing, right? Multi-locational, maybe the office has 2,000, 2,500. So you don't need to worry because their technology is not that much important, because you will have open houses, you have small connects, you will have skip level meetings, all those stuff will happen. You will generally know one-on-one most of the people. Right? Like for example, but I'm working right now on Geo, which has 1,20,000 people. So here it is impossible for us to know, because we have HR, we have some 200 people and then 1,20,000 employees are there. And we don't want to increase the headcount or cost of the HR, because we have a service function right now. So what we will have to do then, we have to rely largely on technology, whether you are using an enterprise system like a Workday or a SuccessFactors, or in our case we are using an in-home system. Like you have to create a marketplace fundamentally, right? So marketplace, now whether you call it a job posting or whatever, but where you bring the opportunities which are available and the employees together, right? Like because now I think there is a cab disaggregation service which has been created. Earlier you used to have Ola and Uber do a monopoly, but right now what you do is that you can the cab drivers or the auto drivers for that matter are on that platform, and you can directly bid, and whoever matches the bid, it will get locked and you can go for that. I think it's called in cabs or something like that. in drive, yeah. So same kind of thing you have to create in the organization, right? So whoever is the manager, rather they put the opportunity on the marketplace, and it is matched, or the employees up for that, and then you can have certain moderation by the HR, but the role of the HR should be minimized beyond the point that only you need to check whether the person is not hopping from one job to the other without actually creating disruption in the system, or there are some critical roles, or there is a knowledge transfer. Apart from that, you have to create a frictionless environment where this marketplace operates. And who are the part of players in that? The players are essentially your employees who are seeking careers, and the managers who are providing it, and then you have to just match it. It's just like a in-house matrimonial site. Only instead of getting married, you're getting married to the job here. That's the kind of thing, right? So that's the thing is there. And in our organization, what we have tried to do is we have minimize, because we have continuous movements. Because what happens is that in a telecom, if you are aware, we have a geography structure. So we have thousands of people, and it is there in a fractal organization where you have the geo centers and geo points. Where a geo point is a rural construct where you have two persons who actually, if you walk into the store, they will sell you a set of geo products which are there, the telecom product, the SIM, or any other thing which you want from there. Now, there what happens is that even if one person is not there, the store will not open. It is that critical in that case. So in this case, the moment there is a vacancy, we need to move somebody from somewhere. So that is unbuilt. And if it is left to HR will get overwhelmed, and it will get bottlenecked. So this is entirely done through the system. Similarly, if somebody moves to the next level, the other person will come. We have already kept a pool of the people who are ready, and then they just fulfill the next place. And we just finally it comes to me as a corporate when I said, okay, the person has moved from point A to point B. I just check that B is higher than A, or A has the same level, and I just change the compensation. That's all I do. Everything else is done through the system. So this is again early stages. There's still a lot of friction is there, but we have to make it frictionless. Otherwise, large organizations will not work. Yeah.
At least Geo, to be on the funny side, at least Geo has increased my contacts. I have done in my mobile, I have done normal Papa, and I have Papa Geo as well. I have Mummy and Mummy Geo as well. So at least that is a good impact Geo has created, at least in India. I have two Papas, one is Papa and one is Papa Geo.
So with this, I'm opening the platform for our students to ask some questions in this dynamic career path.
No question is a bad question. When I was that side, I missed a lot of opportunities asking questions and fearing to ask. You can ask anything except RODBs. Okay, so please feel free to ask questions.
Yes. Raise your hand, please, so they will.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My question is to you. That is, we see growing trends in part-time work, more in the healthcare sector. So, could you please shed some more light on it?
So when you talk about part-time work in the healthcare sector, the sector I'm working in, it's my organization mostly for the medical staff that do that. But if I talk about the corporate, we have very few part-time opportunities because it's very sensitive information within the healthcare organization. We prefer to keep more and more, in the corporate employees who are full-time. But the part-time is more, to the working in the hospitals, the nurses we have, the doctors we have, all those kind of jobs are definitely part-time. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other question? Yeah. Hello, good afternoon to all the panelists. I just have a very simple question. Our topic today is dynamic career paths as a whole, and we were talking about switches from one department to another. Is it really easy for a person to shift from one department to the other? Because these students are studying a certain specialization, right? So is it easy to go to another specialization and work there? if you have no idea about it, because you were talking about doing marketing or going to sales for a few months. So is it easier for everyone to go there and just do that, or are we trained again for a whole different period to get in touch with it?
You're asking me?
Yeah, it's open to everyone, just
I can. I'd love to hear from you as well, sir. Sit down, ma'am. What's your name?
Raksha.
Raksha, okay. Raksha, whenever I meet young people, sorry, I'm also young, but younger people, okay, who joins organization, one of my mentor who mentored me and still mentioned me has said, Akshay, you are joining HR, okay? But always be close to business, like how your business and your industry business is doing. Then I asked why. Because I was young, I thought I should be focusing on people, practices. A lot of new technology was coming when I joined. Okay, he told Akshay, how many HR professionals here, or who wants to take? I understand that first year is common, but they want to take as a major in HR. Okay, Raksha herself, good. So HR with a finance blend of mind or HR with numbers is a very deadly combination. Okay. And in organization, when you are good with numbers and you are an HR, people will keep a safe hand distance from you. If you speak numbers with them, okay, because all these sales guys and all these marketing and finance people will want to overpower you by speaking numbers. But if you give them back by giving numbers, that is what HR business partnering is. Okay. So my mentor told me, Akshay, whichever organization you go, okay, follow the money. You should know where the money is coming from in that organization, where it is going as expenditures, and how much it is left in its kitty. Okay. You be it in HR, you be it in marketing. If you don't know your own business, the entire flow of money. That's how money flows. You have investors, you have customers from where the money is coming from, and how much you are investing in your people costs, in the material costs, in your branding, in your assets, in your liabilities, and you are ending with something. So, how many of those HR people, those who raise their hands, can explain me the balance sheet? You can explain, Raksha. So out of 10 odd people, the percentage is 10%. Okay. So the reason mobility will help you if you are good with numbers. And gone are the days where HR was just chosen that you are not good in maths, so just take HR, you deal with people. Sorry. If you are not good with numbers, you may be not employable enough. I'm telling you very bluntly. You be it in marketing, you be it in finance, you be it in anything. But if you're not good with numbers, at the end of the day, my HR head asks me for any people engagement or people practices or learning development. Akshay, what is the ROI? I cannot tell now, or his people cannot tell him that ROI. So people are very happy. People are very vibes are good. The pulse is good. The culture is good. Everyone is happy. He will ask how much. If you don't have a measurement of what you are giving your business, because ultimately everything is having a cost. There is nothing called free lunch. Okay, if a boy asks girl, let's go out for lunch, he has his motive behind. Okay, so there is nothing called free lunch. Okay, or a free coffee or a free anything. There has to be a cost behind it, which your seniors, your organization, your business will ask you. So if you know this, ma'am, you will be readily suitable. It will be just a plug and play. If you're this kind of professional that you're good with numbers, you can do anything. Because ultimately you are doing business. You are adding value to other functions as well. So you go with that mindset that I should understand the business and you can talk business, you can value add to the business, you'll be a plug and play employee. And these kind of employees only grow as a leaders. Okay.
Yeah, maybe I can add on to it. I have to leave early. But to your question, you need to know what's your inner calling first. Whether you really want to switch or not. You want to take that risk or not. I shared my example. I went into project management and I left my HR job. My only job was to implement the system, right? Though it was connected to HR, but that was a very different zone, and I didn't know how I come back to that, and I got the opportunities. So from your end, you have to take that, leap of faith definitely, and you need to know your inner calling, whether you really want to do that or not, and then think 5 years ahead at what you really do. What if this doesn't work? You have to have a plan B as well, accordingly. From the organization end, I myself have heard from business in the CMB department. What I always look for that, as you mentioned, that you need to be good with numbers. You need to be logical. With the technical skills, but I never compromise with the behavioral skills. The person should be resilient, should know how to, solve a problem. And my questions are always towards these kind of, testing. So you need to build up your that side, and then you will be able to go through. And another example, let me share. In India, we talk a lot about MBA in HR, MBA in finance. If you go to the global organization, nobody looks at whether you have done MBA in finance and HR. Nobody asks me till now. Is it in HR or IT? With it major HR, minor IT? Nobody asks me till now. If you have the skills, you have the capability to prove yourself, you can go ahead. And from your end, that's from the organization. And your end, you need to think about what you want. What's your new calling? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Yeah. Is there any other question? I don't think there is any more question. Okay. So thank you very much. Thanks for coming here and giving very insightful. I mean to say they are starting their journey, so these insights are very for them because they have to be flexible enough to take up their career the way it is coming. So right now everything is very fast moving. So it is they have to develop this kind of mindset. So whatever it is in front of them, they have to prove themselves on that trajectories.
And thank you for moderating as well. And do follow BMW on Insta, LinkedIn, and Facebook because I'm representing a brand there. Okay, so please follow us and maybe drive a BMW in the future.
I wanted to ask whether I can apply for the what program you mentioned? Escalated, yeah. So can I apply for that? It sounds very fascinating. At least 1.5 years, I'll be going around, right? Thank you.
The discussion was indeed impactful and inspiring. Before moving ahead, I would request all dignitaries to please come forward for a group photograph. We would also like Professor Chattopadhyay to extend the token of appreciation to our guest speakers on behalf of IMI Kolkata.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Bye, ma'am. Please.
See you. Have a nice day.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this transformative talent acquisition conclave, I am reminded of the words of renowned management guru Peter Drucker. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Today, we have collectively taken a giant step towards creating that future. Our discussions, insights, and shared experiences have illuminated the path forward in talent acquisition. The connection forged here are seeds for collaboration and growth. With enthusiasm and determination, we embark on a journey to create workplaces that thrive in uncertainty. I wholeheartedly thank each and everyone present here, our esteemed dignitaries, faculty members, and bright minds of IMI Kolkata. I also thank our branding team Smart for covering the event till the end. Thank you for your active engagement. May the lessons propel us towards a future where talent acquisition is a strategic cornerstone of success. Thank you so much. Students, please be seated for the attendance. Yes. Abhishek Kumar Singh, Adrija Bhattacharya, Amrish Yadav, Anushri Das, Ashutosh Kumar. Guys, speak loudly. Avantika Avasthi, Avirat Chatterjee, Debasmita Nath, Dheeraj Ludhani, Gaurav Rath, Rishabh Kumar Kundu, Rishita, Jay Gajjar, Jyotish Mandeka, Khushi Rumta, Kumar Aman, Nidha Gupta, Sneha Jaiswal, Piyush Singh, Pranjal Shrivastava, Priyanka Agarwal, Rajpratik Mahapatra, Rakshit Jaiswal, Rishabh Singh, Saharsh Jain, Sakshi Jaiswal, Samu Lama, Sarthak Shrivastava, Satyam Anand, Shantan Das, Shikhar Soni, Shivani Khulwal, Shreya Datta, Shubham Bhaskar, Siddharth Pramanik, Soham Lahiri, Smart, Sudipta Ghosh, Suresh Poddar, Tanishta Shah, Juredi Teja Swarup, Ujjwal Garg, Vinay Sharma, Yash Gupta, Yashwin Modi, Aditya Bhagat, Prashant Nichit, Medha Arya, Harsh Goyal, Gaurav Ghosh, Sumit Pasari, Amartya Bose, Swadhin Dhal, Divyesh Agarwal, Sai Varun, Saurabh Roy, Nida Zahra, Soumya Tiwari, त्रिशा केसरवानी, विदेश करे, प्रज्ञा कश्यप, आयनाकर, अभय गोयल, अभिनव प्रधान, अलका, अनन्या तालुकदार, अनुश्री चक्रवर्ती, अरित्र बासु, आर्यन त्रिपाठी, अस्मिता यादव, अभिजीत शर्मा, बॉबी राज, जिगर राजू, देवज्योति रॉय, जानवी सिंह, जगदेश्वरी देवी, मैनाक रॉय, मोहना चक्रवर्ती, नेहा, अरुण शाह, प्रगति बजोड़िया, प्रियांशु बनेरीवाला, पूर्णिमा अग्रवाल, राजश्री ठाकुर, रिया दास, ऋषभ सोनी, ऋतिक सिंह, शैकत चक्रवर्ती, संभावी श्रीवास्तव, संजना पॉल, शायन बंदोपाध्याय, शार्या आरेश, शिवानी, शोभित पायले, श्रेयम तोड़ी, श्रुति शॉ, शुभम पाठक, सिल्विया दत्ता, शोभिल सरकार, सुजित, उपायन दास, वरुण अरोड़ा, यश डालमिया, यश शर्मा, युवराज पॉल, रिया नेमो, राजकुमार, पुष्पेन अग्रवाला, कृतिका, नितेश श्रीवास्तव, सौरभ, कृतिका गोयल, फैजान खान, भास्कर संतरा, संजीती पारेख, सिद्धि कुमारी, सृष्टि सरकार, इशिता सेन, अक्षत जैन, अमन खान, आंचल खेरिया, अंशिका सिन्हा, अनुष्का सिंह, अर्चित जैन, आशीष कुमार, अविनाश सुरेखा, मुबाश्वरन, देवाशीष राउत, देव सरकार, हृदय पारेख, इशिका, जय सैनी, खुशी अग्रवाल, कोयना दास, मनीष अग्रवाल, मोहितेश्वर, नितिन, प्रांजल कुमार, प्रतिरूपा बैनर्जी, पूजा चौधरी, रजत राज सिंह, रक्षा रविचंद्रन, साग्निक घोषाल, सक्षम मगोत्रा, शांतन बेरा, शिवम कुमार, श्रेयस लक्ष्मण पंचल, शुभम बायन, शुभम कुमार झा, स्मिता दत्ता, सौम्य सेन गुप्ता, सोनोली मंडल, तान्या खोशर, तेजस काले, तुषार मेहरा, उत्तरक सोन, यशी गुप्ता, वॉटसन सीबी, स्वर्णाली भट्टाचार्य, शुभम मिश्रा, प्रेरणा पांडे, सौरभ पवार, कुणाल पांडे, आंचल कुमारी, रीमा दत्ता, आशुतोष कुमार सिंह, रौनक विश्वास, मांडवी, साक्षी जैन, देवलीना दे, प्रार्थना दुबे, नित्यश्री बंसाली, साइमन राजू एंथनी, आनंद कुमार मिश्रा, Chanvi Dhawar. None? Okay, before leaving, boys who are not clean shaved without any reasons, just be informed, interactions are limited. Thank you. You guys can leave. Second floor, sir. कौन सा The ones whose names were not called. Anyone whose attendance was missed? Did you respond? What did I ask? The ones whose attendance were missed. The names were not called. No, bolo. Akanksha what? Kumari. Roll number? Who? You? Two, 1, 2.